Patient Feedback Hour. My name is Amber Iloilo. I serve as the Special Projects Officer for the Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium, and my family comes from Tyonek, Alaska. I will say Tyonek has the best beaches in Alaska, and I have the mic right now, so that's true. So this morning we had our open house, and our guests in attendance were able to visit our booths and learn a lot about our programs and services that are offered by the Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium. Thank you for everyone who has traveled to be here with us in person. For those joining us on Zoom, we really appreciate you being here to hear these amazing updates. ANTHC had an amazing year this year, and we are so excited to share that with you later on in the agenda. But we are going to get started with our patient feedback hour. So this is an extension of our annual meeting. And this is really meant to be an opportunity for our patients, customer owners, our family members to tell us how we're doing at ANTHC and the Alaska Native Medical Center. We are going to be joined by our employees and staff, our management team from the hospital to get that feedback. And then we will break for lunch, and the annual meeting agenda will start at 12:30. If you will please help me extend a welcome to Al Montoya, our Chief Operating Officer. He's going to get us started on the patient feedback hour.
All right, so let's hear it for Amber, the rock star. Always appreciate you. So a good morning. This is probably going to be my favorite session here. My name is Al Montoya. I have the privilege of serving as the Chief Operating Officer for ANTHC. This has been a great journey for me. I joined ANTHC about 6 months ago in June, and have loved being here every single minute. For everyone in the room that I haven't met yet, and I think I worked the room quite a bit before, I'm married. I'm a father of 3. I've served in the United States Air Force for about 10 and a half years. And most recently, right before joining ANTHC, I moved up here. I was the Deputy Assistant Undersecretary for Health for Operations at the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs. In that role, I directly oversaw the operations of 18 integrated service networks made up of about 170 healthcare systems and hospitals. One of the things I'm looking forward to the most, and I mentioned this in the very beginning, the annual meeting is a time of sharing gifts, and the gift of feedback and hearing directly from all of you, from our patients, from tribes and tribal partners is so very important. The only way that we can improve is knowing what we need to work on, and that's where this session comes so important into play. Your comments, concerns, and ideas for improving patient experience are so powerful. Feedback about what we're doing well is also very helpful. It lets us know about practices that we can amplify and replicate across the organization. We're excited to spend the next hour focused on patient experience and patient feedback. So let's go ahead and jump right in, right? And I am excited to welcome and introduce a few of my esteemed colleagues to the stage. So first up, we have Dr. Jeremy Hunter. Jeremy has been the interim hospital administrator at the Alaska Native Medical Center since this May. He first joined ANTHC as the chief medical officer in 2023. He's a board-certified emergency medicine physician, and on a personal note, he's a pretty swell guy. He's married and has 9 children. So Jeremy, welcome. Next up, I would like to welcome Mr. Chris Matthews to the stage. So Chris is the ANMC Chief Operating Officer. He's also a swell guy. I don't want to leave that part out, Chris. He is a cancer survivor. Chris understands the profound impact that healthcare can have on individuals, families, and communities. And last but certainly not least, well, actually, let's give Chris a nice welcome. Chris. So last but certainly not least, a very good friend of mine, I think a good colleague, Dr. Elizabeth Artiega. I'd like to welcome you to the stage. So Elizabeth is the Vice President of Patient Logistics. She started out at ANTHC in nursing in 2008 before serving as the Director of Patient Experience. She's Yupik with family from Hooper Bay. So welcome, Liz. So now here's the fun part, the beginning of this journey over the next hour. And these ANTHC leaders will begin our session with brief updates on our efforts to improve patient access, patient experience, and patient travel and housing. Then we'll invite other ANTHC leaders for a listening session and facilitate a live polling and priority setting exercise. So this is where the participation comes in. So get ready, get fired up if you're online or if you're in the room. It's what we want you to really be excited for. So first up before that, we'll go ahead and start with an update from Dr. Hunter. So I'd welcome you to the podium.
Thank you, Al. Good morning, everybody. I'm Jeremy Hunter. It is a privilege to work at ANTHC and to serve the Alaska Native people at the Alaska Native Medical Center. We've been focusing on improving access to care. When people receive the medical services they need, we can help identify conditions earlier to keep them from becoming more serious, prevent serious medical conditions, communities become healthier, and well-being improves for everyone. It's an exciting time to work at ANTHC. The ANTHC board is investing in facilities, technology, and resources to expand capacity in clinical areas. Improved facilities and updated equipment create more space for providers and patients, allows for expanded services that patients need. This all leads to shorter wait times, improved outcomes, and a more comfortable, convenient experience over time. Our president and CEO will give a more detailed update later today on the investments ANTHC is making in facilities, but I'm excited to kick us off with a preview. Since the current Alaska Native Medical Center opened its doors in the late 90s, the Alaska Native population has grown by 70,000 people. Alaska Native and American Indian people are living longer. Healthcare needs are evolving, requiring different services and interventions. And as a result, we're outgrowing a hospital built by the federal government. In May, the ANTHC board announced phase 2 of emergency services expansion. This project is the first significant expansion to ANMC since it opened 3 decades ago. Here's what we already accomplished through phase 1 of the project. Additional patient care spaces in the emergency services department, expanded the number of surgery recovery bays we have in the hospital, improved the ambulance entrance, and reduced the need for emergency care being provided in hallways and shared rooms. Phase 2 will add new inpatient beds, expand family waiting areas, and address capacity constraints in the hospital. In addition to the hospital expansion, ANTHC is building a short-term skilled nursing facility. This will provide patient care for individuals who are well enough to leave the hospital, but not quite well enough to be discharged home. With these huge upgrades happening, some clinics are moving. A few key changes we want to make sure everyone knows about. In April, the ANTHC Therapy Clinic opened at the University Lake Medical Center, which we call ULMC, at 3801 University Lake Drive. Located on the 3rd floor in Suite 320, the clinic is now located near the Imaging Center and Orthopedic Clinic. This enhances and streamlines related care areas in one location. ANMC shuttles pick up and drop off at ULMC every 20 minutes. We also opened the orthopedics clinic at ULMC last year. Located on the 3rd floor, the clinic features 21 exam rooms, 2 procedure rooms for ultrasound-guided injections, and a casting room to provide comprehensive orthopedic services. In October of this year, the ANTHC Cardiology Clinic opened its new location in the Healthy Communities Building, which we call HCB, at 3900 Ambassador Drive. Located on the 2nd floor, the clinic expanded from 7 exam rooms and 4 testing rooms to 20 exam rooms, 6 testing rooms, and 1 procedure room. We have also established a vascular surgery clinic housed in this location. As a newer specialty, we are still establishing services, but we will ultimately provide evaluation, diagnosis, and treatment of vascular issues. We'll still have on-call cardiology services at the hospital at ANMC. One area we continue to see exciting progress in is an increase in the number of surgeries. Surgical cases last year reached 20,495, a 2% increase over the 20,114 we did in 2024. One area to highlight is the work we're doing with the support of the Da Vinci robot. This is incredible technology. It helps surgeons complete complex procedures more accurately, and the result is great for patients. Smaller incisions, quicker healing times, less pain during recovery, and shorter hospital stays. Our volume in this area reached 555 procedures this fiscal year. That's almost double the 324 we did in 2024. Let me emphasize how encouraging it is to see that our overall surgical volume and Da Vinci procedures are both up. This robotic tool actually slows down work because it's so precise. It's great for patients for all the reasons we mentioned, but seeing growth in regular surgical cases and Da Vinci surgical volumes means we're more efficient while also prioritizing the best possible care for patients. Well, back to you.
All right, so very exciting updates from Dr. Hunter, so appreciate that. Why don't we take a moment now to invite Chris up to the stage for a few updates.
Good morning, everybody. Just to build off of what Dr. Hunter had mentioned, I'm excited to share that the specialty clinic volume continued to increase in addition to surgical volume. We had the highest specialty clinic numbers we've ever recorded at the Alaska Native Medical Center in many areas. We'll dive into the numbers a little bit later, but we are continuing to growing, and that investment is going to be significantly helpful. For now, I want to take a focus beyond the care that we deliver in the hospital. One of ANTHC's top priorities is to provide care closer to home. We want to be able to have access so people do not always have to travel to Anchorage. Telehealth is a critical area to facilitate this, and field clinics where specialists travel to the regions and to the communities instead of having the patients travel is one of our key focus areas. This year, 15 of our specialty field clinics continue to reach out to communities. Providers traveled across the state to be able to access and provide care when needed. We reached 11 regions with the highest volumes being ear, nose, and throat, orthopedics, rheumatology, ophthalmology, and cardiology. In fiscal year 25, we held 738 field clinic days, stable from about 744 the year previous. We know that we will continue to do field clinics and are working to make sure that we provide access in the communities for patients so they don't have to travel. We also understand that while patients can receive care in a tribally sponsored entity like ANMC or a field clinic, there are circumstances where a patient may need to get care outside the system. And when that happens, we want the patient to be prepared. We are grateful that we have access to tribally sponsored health insurance program, or TSHIP, which buys private health insurance coverage for IHS beneficiaries who qualify. The qualifications include Alaska residency, eligibility for Indian Health Services, and lack of coverage of eligibility for Medicaid, Medicare, TRICARE, CHAMP VA, and other available health insurances. The lack of eligibility from premium-free Medicare Part A or enrolled in Medicare Part A and B. We want to make sure people have access to TSHIP coverage. So please grab a pencil and write this down. To reach a specialist, you can call 907-729-5696. For health benefits, email hbs@anthc.org, or for TSHIP, email anthctship@anthc.org. Please visit our offices at ANTHC Inuit Building, located at 4141 Ambassador Drive. If we can help provide TSHIP coverage, it will support patients that need to get care occasionally outside the tribal health system. If you need help or assistance, please reach out. We want to help you to be able to get access, and someone will help you through the application and get you connected to the resources that are available. One of ANTHC's other top priorities is increasing the number of Alaska Native people employed across our organization. It is critical that we focus on this effort at every level of the organization, including preparing future executive leaders to step up. This purpose of the Alaska Native Medical Center Fellowship Program is to facilitate this specific purpose. I want to recognize the first two leaders to serve as fellows. Zoe Merkulif, whose family is Inupiaq from the native village of Kotzebue, and Aleut from the community of St. Paul. Zoe comes from a research background and has a PhD in Indigenous Studies from the University of Alaska Fairbanks. Susan Brown, whose family is Inupiaq from the Little Diomede and of Unalakleet, and Athabaskan from the Holy Cross area. She worked as a clinical laboratory scientist before this role and has an MBA from the Alaska Pacific University. These two individuals are fantastic contributions to ANTHC, and we are happy that they're part of the system.
All right, so those pretty exciting updates, Chris, on access and some of our fellows. So next up, what we want to do is provide a very quick update on patient lodging. And Liz, maybe you can come up to the stage to help us with that.
Guyana. Patients should have a warm and positive experience when they travel to Anchorage for care. We continue to focus on expanding and improving patient travel resources to achieve this goal. ANTHC has sharpened our focus on this area, in part because we heard about issues when individuals and families were placed in hotel rooms in the community that had the issues. Because we didn't have internal capacity, it was difficult to ensure a positive patient experience, especially during peak travel periods. That's why the ANTHC board approved the purchase of 2 hotels to expand patient lodging capacity. ANTHC Lodging at Midtown adds 92 rooms to patient lodging, and ANTHC Lodging at Old Seward adds another 135 rooms to our capacity. Let's be clear, the facility we inherited in ANTHC Lodging at Old Seward was not up to our standards. We launched a significant renovation effort at that location back in October. You'll hear a little bit more about that project later today. We continue to prioritize elders, children, and medically complex patients for lodging facilities on campus and at the Koyana House. With the addition of patient lodging facilities, we've also added new shuttle routes, ensuring patients can move easily between the airport, campus, and off-campus lodging sites. The new shuttle routes include a real-time tracker that was launched back in April. In July, ANTHC launched the use of Voyager. This technology streamlines travel requests from partners, prior authorization and travel functions, coordination with the clinic appointment letters, and housing requests into one easy-to-use platform. There are often many organizations and entities involved in the travel and lodging process. Our goal with this software is to centralize and streamline the process to make it as efficient as possible. The patient hotline is 844-729-8430. This is a single point of contact for all travel and lodging coordination questions. Patients and guests can use this number to contact our team for help with lodging confirmations, change of medical escorts, ground transportation services, and really any general questions related to housing and travel needs. Guests in an on-campus room can reach the hotline by dialing extension 58430 from their in-room phone. We're also excited to announce the ANTHC Liaison Desk at the Ted Stevens Anchorage International Airport that also opened in October. It is located near baggage claim door 6. Staff are on site during peak travel hours to help patients begin the check-in process for ANTHC lodging. They can also track shuttles and answer any questions. After hours, easy-to-use screens are available to begin the check-in process and access resources. A monitor displays the shuttle tracker showing pickup times and locations. So if you need another reason to stop by, we'll be holding a weekly raffle in December and January. Everyone who checks in is automatically entered to win a pair of Apple AirPods Pro. One final area I want to highlight, we continue to expand cultural care available in lodging on campus, and we're looking into how we can expand that to our off-site locations as well. This is incorporating drumming, dancing, art demonstrations, storytelling into our lodging facilities. We know it makes all the difference and makes it feel more like home.
All right, so very exciting updates. When I look at this, we got updates from infrastructure, access, lodging, and did I hear a free Apple iPod raffle? Wow, just for using the airport kiosk. So make that happen. All right, so let's keep going. This is where we start to get into the participatory piece of this. And so I really want to thank our group here for opening us up on our patient feedback hour. So right now, I'd like to also invite a few new people to the stage to join Dr. Hunter and Dr. Artiega. So first and foremost, my favorite person, I may be a little biased, but our president and CEO, Natasha Singh, you could come up to the stage. We'd also like to welcome Dawn Geest, and Dawn is a lutic from Kodiak in the Seward area. She's a director of specialty clinics and nursing services. So Dawn, welcome. And it's exciting, we get to have our fellows join us, and so Susan Brown, if you could join us, she's a Nupiac of Little Diomede and a Unicolete, and Athabascan from the Holy Cross area. So Susan, as I mentioned, is one of our fellows. So Susan, welcome. All right, so a little bit of housekeeping rules here. So as a friendly reminder, our website at anmc.org provides up-to-date contact information for patient experience. So we have 3 patient experience representatives joined with us today. So please stand as I call your name. Ida Noonkesser. Ida? Perfect. All right, Ida. Jimmy Freeman. Jimmy, welcome. And Don Black. Don, good morning. So thank you so much. I started this with saying the gift of feedback, and that's exactly what this is. So thank you for the feedback we received during last year's annual meeting. Here are some of the changes that we made that came directly from as a response to your input last year. So we've improved patient access and expanded the availability of appointments. We've done this through increasing telehealth availability for quick appointments. We've also worked with provider schedules and templates to get more patients seen. We've also expanded common areas at ANTHC Lodging, as we heard Liz mention, making the space more welcoming, inviting people to spend time with family and friends while waiting for care. And certainly we also heard about the exciting ESC expansion in private rooms that will be becoming increasingly available as we see that expansion progress happen. And last but certainly not least, we purchased additional hotels and are working hard to create an excellent experience at ANTHC Lodging properties. All right, so here comes the hard part. If you all who are in the room here, and I think we maybe have around 25 or so online, if you could get your phones out, this is where you can help us out. So we are looking forward to more feedback as we act on to improve our system of care, to ensure we capture the widest variety of feedback and priorities from everyone. We'll start with a poll that lets everyone engage in real time. So as I said, whether you're in person or online, we need you to participate. We want your gift of feedback. So the poll can be joined either by text or online. For those that are in person here, on your conference folder, there are reminder instructions on how to participate. So if you want to join by text message, I want you to pull out your phone, open a new text message, and text ANTHC at 22333. So we see this on the screen here, ANTHC to 22333. You'll receive confirmation that you've joined the poll. So numbers or letters from the questions will appear on the screen that we'll use to send via this same text message to submit answers for the polls. For open-ended questions, which I love these ones, what we want you to do is simply type and send your responses in the same text messages to answer the questions.
Thank you, Al. For everyone in the room, if you need help getting connected to this poll everywhere, please raise your hand. We have helpers across the room that can help you get connected.
All right, thank you, Amber. So raise your hand in the room if you need help. If you're joining by web browser, for those 40, because we're starting to see the numbers increase online, open the web browser on your phone, computer, or tablet and go to pollev.com/ANTHC. So again, people in the room to help us out with this. So as I mentioned, your feedback is a gift. This will be archived and used to inform our ongoing work. Responses will be anonymous unless stated otherwise and will be shown live on the screen as we see up here with our first question. So thank you in advance for providing thoughtful answers. All right, so we see our poll that's going up there. What is your home region? We'll give it another moment or so for those that are texting in or those that are joining online here. You see the answers, 1 through 12. It looks like we have quite a bit of answers. YK Delta is rocking the house, as well as South Central. Let's keep this going. We're seeing it go up and up and up. We'll give it another minute or so. Looks like the Arctic slope is coming in. Let's keep it going. I feel like I'm raffling something off, but that will be later. I can guarantee it as you see these prizes up here on my left. All right, I think it's time for us to jump into the next polling question. So, what kind of care did you receive at the Alaska Native Medical Center? You see the options there. This is particularly centered around patient experience. So as we're seeing these live polls come in, what kind of care did you receive at the Alaska Native Medical Center? All right, it looks like that first question got people's blood flowing, got people fired up. We see the answers coming in. Feels like a horse race on the screen.
I have a little bit more instruction, Al. So what you're looking at on the screen, you see a number next to the answer. So you would just type in 1 and send that in as a text message. That doesn't have to be your answer. You would use 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 on this screen. So you'll use your numbers on your phone or on your computer.
All right, Amber, you're always helping out in the clutch, and that's what I love about working with you. We're starting to see it kind of slow down a little, some few answers. So why don't we go ahead and take a jump over to question number 2. So how recently did you or a loved one receive this care at the Alaska Native Medical Center? So you see the 4 answers there on the screen. This helps us with a time frame wise. So I love that we're seeing a majority here within the last 3 months. So I think that feedback there will help us tremendously. All right, I still see a couple, but it's starting to slow down here. All right, why don't we go ahead and pivot to our third question. So based on your experience, how likely are you to recommend the Alaska Native Medical Center? So we see 5 answers up there. This is making my heart warm up here, seeing that very first one, very likely. I know the rest of the team up here is enjoying this as well, but we will take all feedback. Any and all feedback is super important during this session. All right, so I start to see it slow down a little bit here. Let's jump to our 4th question. You all are getting very good at this. So those that are online in the room here, how would you prefer to provide feedback on the care you received? So I have 4 answers there. In person, in writing, before I leave, in writing before a follow-up survey, or through a follow-up survey, or over the phone. I feel like there's some kind of slowdown here. I'm not sure what's happening. There we go. So one of the things I love about this gift of feedback is it's live, in person. So you're seeing it as we go. So 29% looks like in person with a team member from ANTHC. I know we have a 4th one on there, which is over the phone. So if you see that one, it's just a little lower. So we got the 2 there, over the phone, coming in at a close second. And then the first one being there in person with a teammate. All right, now is the point where you get to be a little creative. So, what is the most important for you to feel supported in your care? This is your first open-ended question. So I want you to just throw the free flow characters in there. I want you to put all your thoughts, your creative juices into this free flow question. And I'll give you a moment to do that. All right, so just taking a quick peek up here, we're seeing shared decision-making, seeing clear communication, seeing being heard, my doctor listens, validating any concerns, caring providers, caring customer staff at patient housing. It's this one I absolutely love. I think it's paramount to this session is listening better and providing options. My doctor listens. I'm hearing themes here. You guys are doing great at this participatory one. Employees have time to really hear me and my family. Being heard, hear me as a woman. I saw that one on there. Being listened to and confirmation that I'm receiving the top level of care. For the doctors to not rush me and to listen effectively. So I would say, Natasha, if we looked at this, we're hearing listening, right? We're hearing they want to be heard, more communication. I think these are things that we talk about all the time on how do we make this better. Supportiveness, feel like my concerns are being heard. Consistent, timely care. And Dr. Hunter, we talked about that in your updates. Everyone who is involved in my care be on the same page. I love that one. Kind professional services, cultural respect. We'll give it another moment or so as these are just continuing to flow in, this gift. Personal phone calls and follow-ups. Listening. Boy, if I had $1 for every time listening came up here, I'm telling you. Personal interaction with a provider. Timely appointments, care available when needed. Provider engagement and good listening. Docs can visit the room when family visits. Comfort and listening. Cultural respect. I love that one. To be recognized as a native in validating any concerns and listening better. Such great responses for all of you, and thank you for those that are still coming in here. Clear communication. I'm hearing themes here. I'm hearing a lot that we can work with moving forward. My THO talks with ANMC, listening and being heard, concerned. All right, these are continuing to come in, but I want to make sure that we have a chance to continue on our polling process here. So our next question has to do with patient travel and housing. So when you arrive to Anchorage for medical care, what is the most important resource that would help you get to where you need to go? So I want to read a couple of these out. So for one, you would put staff support for the ANTHC Airport Liaison Desk. Number 2 would be the additional digital signage in clinical facilities. 3 would be more clear street signage around clinical facilities. 4 would be the proactive staff support, able to ask any staff a question or on campus. 5 would be more improved physical signage, so you see some trends, some themes here. And then 6 would be interactive campus directory. So take a moment to look at that. We see that we're getting a majority here about the proactive staff support, able to ask any staff on campus. I think our first one there was staff support at the ANTHC Airport Liaison Desk, which I will just say, remember, there's Apple AirPods if you go and register in the raffle. So got to plug that one as much as I can. We're seeing a majority of those answers come in, 40-some% on number 4. So really appreciate this gift here. As we're starting to slow down a little bit, why don't we jump to our next question? So patients are allowed to bring a friend or family member when they travel to ANMC to help navigate healthcare when it's medically necessary. What are the easiest ways to help share reminders about the responsibilities of a patient escort to support a patient? So this one is open-ended as we see it. So has to do with the escort process. Again, an open-ended question. All right, we're starting to get some answers in here. Ensure the regional liaison is up to date with ANTHC processes. And I just got a message about our regional liaisons the other day, so this one's hitting home. I love this, text message reminders, links to web pages that have contact information, great answers, sign-in process, text the escort and patient, so we're hearing some themes come in, a clear understanding of their responsibilities to attend appointments with patients. Loving these answers coming in, verbal and paper reminders and signage, it's amazing. Text or email the rules, pre-travel orientation, a standard letter given to patients. I know this is all like music to Dr. Artiega's ears. She's loving it. Meet with customer experience to go over requirements, text messages, escort responsibilities. Boy, this could go on for a long time here. Patient and escort orientation available every morning. So I'm hearing the theme, I'm seeing it, texts, information, reminders. So keep those coming in, but we'll pivot as these are starting to slow down. Actually, I see Medicaid should pay an honorarium to escorts, so that's a good one. Duties and responsibilities. All right, let's go ahead and pivot to question number 3. If you stayed at any of ANTHC's lodging in the past year, the hotels that Dr. Artiega gave us an update on, so if you were on campus or off campus, how would you rate your overall experience? So 1 would be unacceptable, 2 would be needs improvement, 3 would be good, 4 is excellent, and 5 would be does not apply. So I think as the answers are coming in on this one, it reminds me of rounding with President Singh, going to our hotels, checking them out, making sure that they look good. I know you appreciate rounding around the facility. Maybe you wanted to give a moment on your reflection of that.
I actually visited a cousin at the lodging at Spring Hill Suites and enjoyed the hot tub, so. Excellent rate from me on the hot tub.
I love it. I love that one because I put her on the spot, and she's probably going to take it out on me later, right? I'm just kidding. But really appreciate this. So I'm seeing needs improvements, which we gave a plan of how we're doing that. Excellent and does not apply. Why don't we go ahead and jump over to our 2 final questions, both of which are the participatory open-ended. So our first is please describe what would improve your overall experience. So again, 2 more questions left. This one is free flow. Describe what would improve your overall experience. The number 3. We got it on the raffle. I told you that was gold. Friendly staff and support. What else here? Timely appointments when I'm referred. Coordinating appointments so that we can get everything done at once. More culturally understanding and informed providers. Getting into appointments easier. Better referral wait times, and I think Dr. Hunter, we're working on that, doing a lot of work on. So, not waiting too long for a room, especially when you're being medevaced. That's a great one. Timely travel arrangements, making sure the location of appointments are accurate when given by THOs. Information about all the options available, the ability to schedule appointments online. Real-time solutions, timely appointments, better food options and availability at off-campus housing units. If I was maybe someone on the stage, this maybe you want to mention, like during a question, how the work that we're doing in some of those lodging. So, hint, hint. Clear information. Let us know about wellness services, on-site primary care service for quicker referral, and post-op, I'd like to see those patients closer to the hospital. I agree with that one. All right, why don't we go to our final polling question that I know everyone here is like waiting, chomping at the bit to ask live questions to this esteemed panel up here. So is there anything you'd like us to know about related to improving the patient experience? So the last open text question, if traveling out of state, be on the same page. Alaska Native artwork, activities when in town. Resolution to issues when there's confusion about what services I am supposed to receive at an appointment. Very good examples already, so keep them coming in. This is the what else? How else can we improve the patient experience? More Alaska Native providers and staff. That's a great one. Sewing activities, I love that. Translation services, another good one coming in. And better training or follow-up for post-op patients and a clear plan. Love that one as well. You all are giving us gold on this feedback. It's really a gift on how we can make improvements. So really appreciate all of these free-flowing comments that are coming in. All right, we'll give it another second here. When we go to the ER, they only take your insurance if you have an insurance card. I think that misses some billings. I know that's music to our CFO's ears. Changes of qualifications for services, i.e. PRC, travel, pre-patient care, and friendly staff. All right, so we're gonna go ahead, as I mentioned, and pivot. This is my absolute favorite part, and I think when we have these live questions here, it gives us an opportunity to do a lot of listening, right? Our priority during this session is to listen and really hear you all and be able to provide feedback. So we've asked our executive leaders to be in the hot seat, to be present, to hear your firsthand experiences, which will inform our improvement efforts. And so we will answer questions as we receive them, but we also hope that you take us up on the opportunity simply to be heard. So we have a couple people. We had Amber, and there's a couple others that are in the room that will run a sprint with the microphones all over. And so you see Amber, if you raise your hand, and if you have a mic, raise your hand in the back. Amber, why don't you go ahead and get us started here on our first question. Now, before we do, if you are online, submit your questions as well. So we have at least 40 people online for this, and we want to make sure that those questions in the chat box are also heard and answered.
Okay, thank you, Al. We also have Kelly over here on the right side of the room who has a mic. So we have questions that came in online ahead of everyone else, so we'll get started there. What kind of changes are in the cardiology clinic? What is vascular surgery?
Yeah, I love that question, Amber, because it just really gives an opportunity for Dr. Hunter, maybe Dawn, to chime in on the new clinic there in the Healthy Communities building. Dr. Hunter, you want to get us started?
Test. The new cardiology clinic is huge compared to the old one. Went from 7 exam rooms. We have 9 cardiology providers where we had 7 exam rooms and 4 testing rooms. The new location, there's 20 exam rooms, 6 testing rooms, and then a procedure room to where we can start doing some minor procedures. This is allowing us to think about cardiology in the future, for us to be able to grow our cardiology services and have the space to do so. Vascular surgery is a specialty of surgery that really deals with just veins and arteries primarily. If there's a blockage in a vessel, the vascular surgeons open that up. If there's patients that have blockages in the neck that can lead to a stroke, vascular surgery is who can open that up to prevent a stroke from happening. It was important to get them in the right place. A lot of the vascular surgery studies are done by ultrasound, and specifically they're done by our cardiology clinic staff, our echo techs and vascular techs. So embedding our vascular surgeons within that cardiology clinic really co-locates those people together. So as a vascular surgeon is seeing a patient, the tech is right there who can do the testing study, and then the vascular surgeon can read the study, and then they can come up with a plan of what needs to be done.
Yes, I think that's great. Dawn, I want to ask you what you thought of that new cardiology clinic. So Dr. Hunter talked about the services in there, but when you walked in that space, what was your first thought?
My first thought was how beautiful and how amazing it was to offer our patients such a beautiful space to receive cardiology services.
Yeah, it's an amazing space if you haven't been there, so thank you both for that. What's our next question, Amber?
Thanks, Al. So the next one we got online is, how do I get telehealth appointment? How do I get scheduled for a telehealth appointment?
Yeah, so I think another phenomenal question, Dr. Artiega. I'm going to either pivot to you or Dr. Hunter or Dawn, whoever wants to take that one. They're fighting over it on the stage. That's how real live questions come in.
Okay, so you can get scheduled for a telehealth appointment through the specialty clinic that you were referred to. If you were referred to a certain specialty, you can ask if they offer telehealth services, and if they do, the scheduling team will help facilitate that to get scheduled.
Perfect.
Thank you. The next question. My family member recently traveled out of state and had to get emergency care. In less than 72 hours, this happened. What are we supposed to do in that situation?
Yeah, I think that's a great one. I'm going to pivot to the three of you again. Who wants to grab this one? Dr. Hunter?
Yes. So if you're out of state and you have to receive emergency care, you need to contact our PRC team to let them know, hey, just the situation that happened. Now, if we say it's 72 hours. If it's emergency and they can't answer, there are certainly extensions for that. If it's an elder, it can be up to 30 days. But it's really contacting us and letting us know that the care happened as soon as you can after receiving the care.
Yeah, I think the great part about that question, Amber, is that we also have the phenomenal PRC team here. So for those that are in the room, you see Solveig waving furiously back there. She is our utmost expert on this, and Natasha and I had a chance to round with that phenomenal team. So Solveig, do you want to add anything to that answer?
One thing I want to just add, we have amazing ways to get you reported for your purchase referred care, and Solveig's going to share that with us.
Yes, you don't just have to call. So the 72-hour rule falls nights, weekends, holidays. We want you to be able to get to a hold of us. And so we have our phone number. We also can get emailed. We also have this really cool QR code. We have an online form on the ANTHC website that you can fill out all of that information. It's going to automatically send you an email back with next steps. When you're getting care out of state, one of the biggest challenges for my team is that release of information with the facility. And so we're going to be in quick communication with you around, hey, did you sign that release of information? We're going to need your plane ticket stubs. If you get a bill, here's your point of contact with my team to call and reach out to. So especially with out-of-state incidences, it's even more challenging because purchase referred care is really complicated and not many vendors know about us. In-state, this also applies. If something happens to you today and you were taken via ambulance to Providence or Regional instead of ANMC, give my team a call. We want to make sure that you get connected with your discharge planning and coordination, and if you need to see one of our specialists, I've got amazing nurses that are going to make that connection and get Don's teams over in the specialty clinics connected with you.
Yeah, Solveig, I love that. I think what I also love is that your team is so hardworking in trying to tackle all the problems and the issues in PRC. So keep up that great work.
And for those online who can't see this amazing banner that's in the room, you can call the Purchase Referred Care Team toll-free at 1-800-478-1636. Okay, so we do have a few more questions coming in online. They're beating the people in the room because they are at a computer and they get to type their questions in. Do we have any questions from in the room? This is your chance. If you'd like to ask a question, raise your hand. We'll bring the mic to you. Okay, we have a question here,
Right.
Al.
I love it. Our first in-room question.
Do. Just kidding. 1 second.
Our answers should be more like Battle of the Book style, where we collaborate. I've done that before.
When we have an early appointment from out of town with no means of transportation and elders, how can we convince patient housing to give us a room for the night?
Yeah, I love that question. And so just to repeat it for those that may not have heard, is for patients coming in from out of town, how do we do that travel, right? That shuttle back and forth. And so, Liz, I know this was right down your alley. and it's exciting, so fire away.
Sorry, thank you, Don. That's a really great question. Thank you so much. Some of the earlier appointments, especially if you're at some of the offsite hotels and you're worried that the shuttle isn't there yet, we've actually expanded the hours of the shuttle services to be able to be supportive. So a lot of the renovations that are coming up that we had briefly discussed, which I know there's a more comprehensive update, is there's going to be live shuttle trackers at all of the hotel locations. That way you can see in real time where they are. Now, if, for instance, they're at an off-site location or something happens and the shuttle is not running, give us a call. The hotline number, we have someone answer that phone live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And what we can do is think of alternative options, whether that means cab service or Uber or Lyft. We really want to make sure that you've come in to receive care, that we can provide the transportation to get you to your appointments so you can get the care that you came in to receive. And so just letting us know, contacting us as early as you can, and that way we can make sure that those resources are available to you.
Al, can I have a follow-up question?
Of course.
So Liz, does your teams usually prioritize elders on campus?
Yes. So the only time in which we wouldn't is if it is an elder's choice. If they want to stay at one of the offsite locations, then obviously we would go with their preference. But elder, oncology, radiation, pediatric, prenatal, use of mobility assistive devices, walkers, wheelchairs, or people that have to have additional medical necessity like use of oxygen. So those, we really work with Dawn's team in the specialty clinic division to identify those people that might need a little extra support, and then modify the rooms to be able to support them on campus to the best of our ability.
Yeah, great answer on that follow-up. I think that's super helpful. Amber, I've noticed we have a couple of panelists who haven't been asked a hard question. I'm not winking at all, right? But maybe we have a question for either Susan or Natasha.
We have a question in the room.
So kind of a follow-up to that. So they changed their check-in time till 4 o'clock. And when you're traveling in from out of town, you're supposed to just try and find something to do until 4 o'clock?
Yeah, that's what it is. The times that we had changed, the checkout is at noon to be able to support the early morning appointments or the same day travel. The time frame between noon and 4 p.m. allows the housekeeping staff to be really thorough with their cleaning and making sure we can turn around the times. So the people that are getting into the housing accommodations in between, whenever they check in, they're still able to get their meal card. We have available services and coordinate heavily with patient experience department to be able to support holding onto their luggage, or if they can technically check in and then go to their appointments and then come back. If we do have availability of rooms, especially for elders, oncology, radiation, if the room is available, we can check them in a little bit early, but the time frame in between is just to be able to support the housekeeping services to be able to turn those rooms around.
Perfect. Thank you for that question.
Okay, we have one from online and then we have another in the room. How do I become a fellow? What would my work day look like?
Yeah, I love that question because it gives us an opportunity, Susan. So tell us your experience as an administrative fellow. Like, how did you get there? How do others get there?
Well, I started out as a laboratory scientist after leaving the military, and I used my GI Bill to become a laboratory scientist and then go to school for my master's degree over COVID. So I do have clinical background. I have a master's degree from APU. It works well. They start classes at 6 p.m. to 8:30 a few times a week. You check in once during the quarter for in-person classes, which worked really well over COVID. There was nothing else to do. And then coincidentally, this fellowship opened up, and my professor had thought of me and referred me from workforce development, I don't know if Alex Lyle's out there, but they do have a table out there. One of the things that we haven't talked about, we're making changes on the campus, but that includes the need to have more employees. And there's a big push for the last, like since I walked in 2014 as a lab assistant, to have more Alaska Native presence on our campus, because we take care of our people. It's just an innate thing. So if you do have a high school student that is interested in going to school and developing or starting their clinical career potentially, we're right down the street. We have entry-level positions, and as working as an Alaska Native on the campus, we have 3 leadership programs. They don't require degrees or experience, and this is to enhance our system here, but also if they go back to their region.
Yeah, and Susan, I think you're an absolute rock star, and I appreciate working with you. I think you're being a little shy as well, that in the fellow program, you get to take on big problems and try and come up with solutions. And so you're leading a lot of our work in colon care, and really how do we make sure to increase that? So kudos on that. Again, such a great, important program, the Administrative Fellows.
Thank you, Susan. And Al, we have a question in the room.
Hello. My name is Sarah Thale. My son was in a terrible motorcycle, not a motorcycle, but a snow machine accident, and he had to be medevaced in from Paxson. Went into Glen Ellen. He got his arm stuck in the track, and it broke his arm. And so they drugged him up and flew him in, got him here to ANMC, and he still hasn't had that paid, the medevac bill. And it was like $45,000 that he's trying to pay off. But while he was in the emergency room, he was just drugged up. And I was so stressed, I forgot to remind him about the 72 hours. And I wasn't sure if he was telling me they needed him to apply for Medicaid, but he wouldn't qualify for Medicaid. So I'm not sure what was happening there, but have you guys experienced this, or my son is now having to pay off $45,000?
Yeah, so Sarah, thanks so much for that question. Sorry to hear about your son, first and foremost. I know he's good now, but certainly a traumatic event for him to go in for. And so in the room today we have, and this is I think super important, we have Solveig who can help you with this, who spoke a little bit earlier. Our patient experience folks can also get some more of the details and work out with that. But maybe Natasha, if you want to address that one.
Thank you. Thank you for that question and comment. It's so important to wrap our heads around why we need to, all of our patients have to apply for Medicaid. Across the nation, Indian Health Services and the tribal health system is short funded by more than $70 billion a year. We have to make up for that short funding with what we call third-party revenue. That's insurance, Medicare, but mostly it's Medicaid. Many of our patients qualify for Medicaid, and it's a standard practice we have to do in every region and at the Alaska Native Medical Center. Purchase and referred care is funding that is made available. It's very limited funding that's allocated to pay for services that's outside the tribal health system, like medevacs or specialty care if someone has to go to Seattle. And according to those rules, it's a PRC, is a pair of last resort. So you have to demonstrate that it is truly the pair of last resort that you have to have applied for Medicaid. I know we have to get this message out there. I know our marketing and communications is working with regional THOs and tribes to get the message out, because it's really hard to do paperwork. I know one of my family members had an outstanding bill from FMH for $20,000, and when you're faced with those kind of bills, it's, you know, it can really harm your life. But it's because my relative didn't apply for Medicaid, so then they aren't qualified for the PRC. So maybe we can all think together on how we communicate and get this message about applying for Medicaid out there. We started a new medevac pilot this year, and ANTHC is going to be looking at really examining how much we spend on medevacs throughout the state. And a part of making that a successful pilot is ensuring that we capture as many Medicaid patients as we can, because Medicaid will pay for those medevacs, even retroactively. So that's a nice thing about Medicaid. So thank you for the question. It's one of the biggest issues we face as administrators, and it's kind of complicated. You know, usually our patients are used to just going into one of our facilities. They don't have to take care of much paperwork. At the Alaska Native Medical Center, it can be a little different. We're seeing an uptick in the need to provide a certificate of Indian blood at registration, or your tribal ID, and also applying for Medicaid is critical. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Natasha, for that personal connection on that story. I think that certainly helps. So at the risk of going a little over, I'm going to have one last question, I think, from one of our people in the room.
Yes, and just a reminder, so that Medicaid requirement is a federal regulated requirement, so we can't bypass it if we wanted to. So just think of that as part of the checklist, and even if you get denied, we still need you to apply, and that way we can process the request further. And so we have one more question in the room.
Thank you. There's patients that come in from the villages, and as you know, there's very limited jobs over there, and they come in without any money. My question to you, is there a way, you guys could have, like, give out vouchers for like meals? Medicaid is already paying for the meals, and these patients have to go into either patient housing or ANMC. And, sometimes they can't get there easily, like they're hurt or something, or they're still sick. Is there a way you could accommodate that, like with giving them vouchers for like restaurants so they could order their food?
Yeah, so I appreciate that question. Just to recap, vouchers for food. Liz, I'm looking at you. What do you think?
Thank you again, Don. Thank you so much. So today, the food allowance is in alignment with the reimbursement amount from CMS. And so anybody that is staying in lodging accommodations can get their meal card. I'm going to tack it on to your request from a little bit earlier, too. So today, we just have the 2 cafeterias, the one in the main hospital. So if you have an inpatient stay, obviously they deliver the food to you. If you're staying in lodging at Tudor Center, what previously was patient housing, or Q House, you can go over to either one of the cafeterias and use the meal card that you would get upon check-in. If you're staying at one of the off-site locations, there is great plans with the renovations in order to have food options at those locations, but it's not there yet. It is definitely soon to come, but we can provide the meal card, so that way whenever you check into your room, you can take this shuttle over to be able to get to one of the cafeterias to purchase meals. And so anybody that is staying in lodging accommodations, and if they've had their approved escort, both the escort would get a meal card as well as the guest that is staying with us to receive care services. That is what is offered today. I believe the question was more in alignment with offering gift cards out in the community. And so today we don't offer that service. All of our intake because it is the meal card is associated to be able to be provided from one of the cafeterias that we offer. And then the expansion of our renovations would have that at both the Midtown location to where you can use the meal card, as well as the Old Seward location, which we hope to have in the next 2 quarters.
Liz, so when a patient checks in at their lodging, that's when they receive the meal card?
That is correct.
And then if you have, let's say you go to an appointment and your doctor's like, we need to stay for a couple more days, when do they get those couple more days of meal cards?
So that's a great question, thank you. Whenever a physician then says, we need to see you back next week, Dawn's team in the specialty clinic division will put in an extension request to the lodging facilities. Nothing that needs to be done from a patient or a guest perspective. It's done from the clinician over to a request to the lodging. And then we will approve the extension, and then what it does is it triggers us to then put more funding available for them for their length of stay that's been requested from the specialty clinic division.
Thank you. One change we made last year, our patients told us the food is like too expensive and they weren't getting a lot out of their meal cards. So we moved, we had a contractor providing those food services. We brought them in-house, and so now our patients just get more from their meal cards. The meals are less expensive, but still high quality.
Yeah, so really great question, and food is so important as we're coming up on the lunch break here. So why don't we give a round of applause here for those that are on the stage. All right, so as we conclude this session, I also want to recognize some important folks in the room from our partner in South Central Foundation, which provides certain services on the Alaska Native Health Campus. And so thank you, President and CEO April Kyle and Chair Kaindeck for joining us today. If you could please stand, give a wave, or raise your hand so that folks know who you are in the room. We are so grateful for the two of you in making yourselves available for any questions, so thank you again. If you do have questions, by all means, find them during the break. But right now, I would like to invite Director Kagilik up to do an invocation since we are doing our lunch immediately following that. So, Director Kagilik, would you like to come up? Or Fran, Director Norman, either one. This will be for our meal, our blessing for the meal.
Maki Lucy, let's stand. You know, in Exodus 23:25, it says, "You shall serve the Lord your God, and he will bless your bread and your water, and I will take sickness away from among you." So, Lord, I come before you, and I just ask you to bless the food and the drink. And I ask you to bring healing, as it says according to your word. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
All right, thank you so much. We'll resume at 12:30 after lunch. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. This is a 5-minute warning, 5-minute heads up till we start the annual meeting program.
Hello, can you hear me? I think we'll get started here in a few seconds. Are we online? Are we live? I'm getting the thumbs up. It's very bright up here. I'm gonna get a suntan this afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome to the 2025 Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium Annual Meeting. My name is Natasha Singh and it is an honor to serve as the ANTHC President CEO. I'm a Stevens Village tribal citizen. My parents are Carm and Renee Singh, and my grandparents are the late Steve and Valerie Matthew. I am a mom to 3 rowdy Athabascans, and my husband Drew is from Caltag. As we get started today, it's important to understand the history that brought us to this land and to honor the land as part of who we are as Native people. Historically, it wasn't called a land acknowledgement. When a tribal member approached land that was not where they traditionally lived, gathered, or hunted, they may have left a physical gift or sang a song. This set the intention of being on the land with honor and respect. Today, we honor the land and its preservation through a land acknowledgement. We're honored to meet today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina people. We acknowledge the link between the federal government's obligation to provide health care for Alaska Native and American Indian people and the history of these lands being forcibly taken away. We also recognize the stewardship of these lands and the spiritual practices of this place by the indigenous people who call this land home. Thank you to those who are able to join this morning's program open house. We're happy to provide space and time for tribal leaders to connect with staff from the Division of Environmental Health and Engineering's Water and Sanitation Program, Community Health Services, Health Aid Programs, and Purchase and Referred Care Program. This afternoon, we'll begin with an invocation by Director Francis Norman, opening remarks and introduction of directors by Chair Kimberly Strong. Then we'll turn to several updates, including a strategic overview and financial update, an overview of our work at the Alaska Native Medical Center, a look back at the work of the Division of Environmental Health and Engineering this year, and conclude with the Community Health Services panel. A couple of administrative matters. The Kodiak boardroom to the left of the bathrooms has DHE staff available to speak with and answer the questions you may have. Please go and say hi when you get a moment. We have program staff from the Community Health Services, Tribally Sponsored Health Insurance Program, Purchase Referred Care, Travel and Housing, and others in the foyer. They have resources and are available to assist with questions. You can go and chat with them when you have the time. To get us started in a good way, we invite Director Norman forward to provide the invocation.
It is very bright up here. Please stand. Heavenly Father, we just thank you for this day. Thank you for bringing everyone here safely. We ask your blessing upon this meeting. Give us guidance and wisdom. Lord, help us to serve our people within the state of Alaska, and that you bless the organizations that provide this service, ANTHC and South Central Foundation. We ask this in Jesus' name.
Bright. Thank you. We're now proud to welcome Chair Kimberly Strong forward to introduce directors and offer some opening remarks.
Natasha Singh, President and CEO of ANTHC. Those are sounds of good words. since this is her first annual meeting with us as the no longer acting president, but our president. So thank you, Natasha, for willing to join us in such a, and Mike thought, a very prestigious role. Gnath Chish. I want to also thank Francis for the opening blessing this afternoon. Gnath Chish. I want to thank all of the tribal leaders that have joined us here today, the community leaders in our communities, and whether you're here in person or online, we appreciate your participation and your contributions to the tribal health care system. Today, we're going to take an opportunity to feature work the organization does to support our families and communities throughout Alaska. The ANTHC Board of Directors provides vision, leadership, and direction for our management team. I'd like to introduce our board members. Charlene Nollner is the vice chair, Copper River Native Association. She is not able to attend in person, so she's with us virtually. Bernice Kagilik, treasurer, Arctic Slope Regional Corporation. Arctic Slope Native Association. Got to get something wrong on yours, Bernice, no matter what. I usually can't pronounce your name. Tony Ray Bergen, secretary from Mini Lake Association. Mark Snigaroff, Aleutian Pribilof Islands Association. Robert Clark, Bristol Bay Area Health Corporation. He is joining us online as well. Chief Gary Harrison in the back of the room, Chickaloon Native Village, unaffiliated tribe, Seat B. Francis Norman, Chugach Mute. Loretta Nelson from Kodiak Area Native Association. Alonzo Leeshong, Matlakatla Indian Community. Karina Ewan, the Native Village of Chitna, unaffiliated Tribe A, Seed A. Anthony Haugen, the Norton Sound Health Corporation. Thomas Hondorf isn't here with us, and I no longer see April Kyle in the back of the room with Chair Kaindeck, but April Kyle is the alternate and would recognize her as Mr. Hondorf said she would be sitting in his stead today. Marilyn Anden at the Tanana Chiefs Conference, and Darren Cleveland, the Yukon Kuskokwim Health Corporation, who is also joining us virtually. Darren just joined the ANTHC board this last quarter. Walter Jim and Moses Owen, both from Yukon Kuskokwim Health Corporation, has served in this past year as their representatives. I want to thank all of the board members for their time and leadership and for the work that they have put forward to moving our tribal health consortium forward in partnership with all of the tribal health organizations and unaffiliated tribes. Again, I want to thank our patients, tribes, and tribal partners for making the time to participate with us here today. The ANTHC's governance structure is truly unique. Representatives from every region of Alaska's tribal health system come together to meet the unique health needs of the people and the communities that we serve. I always think that we're never going to get the kind of health care that we need from relying on the Indian Health Services. And as Native people, we know that we can rely on one another to help uplift each and one of our regions, to help the services that we know we deserve to come true here at the tertiary hospital here at ANMC. I think that it's us doing the work for ourselves and making healthcare the priority that it needs to be for each and one of our communities and the people that we serve. We work together across cultures and regions to set strategic direction toward building a system that will meet the needs of the Native people today, tomorrow, and for the years to come. Today is an opportunity to reflect on the work of the past year. This year, the board focused on aligning our strategic direction with our tribal partners. A lot of work from President Singh in getting the direction and us trying to work in real partnerships with our tribal health organizations. I appreciate that, Ms. Singh. We've been overseeing large-scale capital investments, infrastructure planning, workforce development, and supporting the transition of leadership with the appointment of our President Singh. Again, Ganesh. I am personally truly humbled by the board's continued confidence in me as the chair and look forward to the work ahead. In the coming months, we will share updates on the board's work on the Vision 2028, an update to the ANTHC strategic plan. I want to thank my fellow board members, our management team, staff, and partners for the dedication and passion you all bring to the ANTHC every single day. I hope you leave this meeting here today informed, inspired by the progress we've made together. I want to thank you again for your ongoing commitment to our board members, our staff, and our patients for our mission of optimizing health and well-being through collaborative partnerships and services with the vision that Alaska Native people are the healthiest people in the world. Ganesh Hawa.
I think we're going to play a video. Hopefully I'm the star in it.
For generations, Alaska Native people have worked together, supporting one another, sharing traditions, and strengthening communities. At the Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium, that spirit continues today. Together, we're building a healthier, stronger future for generations to come. Our programs form a network of care that supports Alaska Native health at every level. This year, we made remarkable progress expanding access to care and improving the patient experience. Ongoing construction of the Emergency Services Expansion and Short-Term Skilled Nursing Facility is adding much-needed capacity for clinical care. And our new cardiology clinic is expanding access to heart and vascular care. With new space, advanced equipment, and improved workflows, we're making it easier for individuals and families to get the care they need when they need it most. ANTHC expanded patient lodging facilities by purchasing 2 additional hotels in Anchorage. With new capacity and efficient operations, our lodging team is providing comfort and care every step of the journey. The new ANTHC Airport Kiosk Desk at Ted Stevens Anchorage International Airport now welcomes patients as soon as they land, helping with check-in, shuttle tracking, and travel questions. New tools like Cerner's Clinical AI Agent are helping providers spend more time with patients and less on paperwork. Across every step of care, innovation at ANMC means better outcomes, today and for the future. Through prevention, research, and education, Community Health Services helps Alaska Native families prevent illness by strengthening wellness. A new ANTHC study published in the Journal of Water and Health found that children in homes using mini-pass systems had better hygiene and fewer respiratory illnesses, proving that small systems can make a big difference. This year, our health promotion team launched a statewide campaign encouraging walking and biking to everyday places, blending modern health messages with traditional values of movement and connection. The ANTHC Injury Prevention Program and Alaska Native Epidemiology Center recently published the 4th edition of the Injury Atlas. The Injury Atlas tracks the leading causes of injury among Alaska Native people, using data to guide prevention and save lives. Our Alaska Plate is a nutritional educational tool that is helping families learn how to make healthy, balanced meals using a blend of store-bought ingredients and traditional foods like berries, fish, and game. And the Health Aid program continues to improve health outcomes in Alaska as the care model expands nationwide. The Indian Health Service has contributed $3.6 million to support training and certification updates in the Alaska Tribal Health System, replicating this Alaska-born model in rural areas in the lower 48. By empowering local health workers and connecting with communities, we're shaping a healthier future together. Clean water, reliable energy, and safe infrastructure are the foundations of health. This year, construction wrapped up on the Orca Street Shipping and Receiving Building. This facility will enhance logistical capacity to support infrastructure projects in a timelier manner, increasing our ability to deliver health-critical materials statewide. A $100 million grant from the Denali Commission to ANTHC will fund bulk fuel storage upgrades in 10 rural communities, protecting clean water, power, and local economies. With new funding through the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, more projects are moving closer to construction, bringing jobs, clean water, and opportunity to rural Alaska. By investing in infrastructure, we're building a foundation for good health. Together, we honor the work of those who came before us and carry their vision forward. From care and prevention to infrastructure and innovation, we are working together for our people, for our communities, and for generations to come.
Thank you for that video. So just a few announcements. Today's meeting is being live streamed. It will be saved on our YouTube channel. But text your friends, aunties, and uncles to join. Usually this meeting happens during BIA Providers Conference, but BIA had to cancel, I think, due to the former government shutdown. So we're a little light today, so I hope everyone joins online. If you're not already excited, let me give you more reasons to get excited. Our wonderful door prizes. I went to ANTHC Annual Meeting. I was invited to present. They had really nice door prizes. And so I'm like, we gotta step up our game on the door prizes. Everyone in attendance is qualified to enter the drawing, and that includes all of you online. If you already registered or checked in, you are already entered in the drawing. If you still need to register or check in, please visit anthc.org/annual meeting so you can enter the drawing. 2 important details. Multiple entries do not increase your chance to win. And ANTHC employees, directors are not able to participate in the door prizes. I think taxes or something like that prevents that. Here are today's big prizes. 5 winners will get an ANTHC embroidered Patagonia backpack. I wasn't excited about them, but after I see them right here, they're really nice, so that's a good prize. 5 winners will get 1 piece of Alaska Native art, beautiful artwork. 3 winners will get a $500 utility check, and 3 winners will get an Alaska Airlines Atmos Points certificate worth 40,000 points. Yay. Aren't you glad you showed up today? The drawings will happen throughout the day, so it's a good thing if your name is called. I'll begin this afternoon by introducing colleagues who are crucial to ANTHC's improvement journey. Members of the ANTHC Executive Council, please stand when you hear your name. Al Montoya, Chief Operating Officer. Dwayne Stilson, Executive Vice President and Chief Financial Officer. Dr. Jeremy Hunter, Interim ANMC Administrator. Tiffany Hild, Vice President of Communications and a tribal member of Agrutsaga Mute. She said we would practice that, and we didn't, so. Monique Martin, Vice President of Intergovernmental Affairs. Monique is an enrolled tribal citizen of Central Council. And my personal favorite, Robert Lynch, General Counsel. I love lawyers. So this team represents 3,000 plus staff that they're leaders of, and our staff are so hardworking, dedicated to our patients, and I just love working with them. So thank you for being here today. Thank you for serving Alaska Native people, and we're so excited to welcome Kenny Strawn, the new ANMC Chief Executive, who began this Monday. Kenny, please stand. Kenny brings more than 2 decades of executive leadership experience with the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs. Most recently, he served as the Chief Executive Officer of the VA Loma Linda Healthcare System in Southern California, where during his tenure, the organization improved from a 1-star facility to a 4-star quality rating facility. He's a physician by training with an MBA and board certified in healthcare management by the American College of Healthcare Executives. Director Kagilik is giving you applause already. We're so excited for you to be here with us, Kenny. And thank you for everyone for bringing your perspectives, experience, and energy to this important work. Before jumping into my overview, I'll take a moment to reflect on our theme, working together for generations to come. This commitment to come together, unified in focus and purpose, is a cultural practice that has existed in many of our communities for millennia. Whether pulling in the fishing net, harvesting and preparing game, or caring for those around us, we know the effort it takes to work towards a common goal. We saw this recently when the remnants of Typhoon Halong devastated Alaska's western coast, displacing entire communities. While the damage is so heartbreaking, our entire state stepped up to do what they could do to support family, friends, and neighbors. It was inspiring to watch ANTHC and our partners at South Central Foundation to step forward to help Alaskans displaced into Anchorage shelters. Together, more than 200 employees adjusted operations to take on additional work to help. I saw staff jump in and problem solve issue after issue and problem after problem. Rather than saying, "That's not my job," teams stepped in and got right to work. This meant covering extra clinical shifts to provide health screenings and medication needs, purchasing clothing and other supplies to distribute when other organizations were gridlocked around logistical challenges, supporting behavioral health needs, and advocating for families to determine their immediate and long-term future from housing to rebuilding. A heartfelt thank you to everyone who supported this relief effort. Your work made a real difference when it was needed most. Moments like this remind us of our shared humanity and bring us into focus what truly matters, caring for one another and standing together in times of hardship. In that same spirit, I'd also like to take a moment to honor the memory of several colleagues we lost this year whose presence and contributions continue to shape our work, including Roan Bob Gardner, Rural Utility Management Services, Joe Forsher, Behavioral Health Wellness Clinic, Cameron Harvingson, Rural Utility Management Services, Susan Metcalf, Trauma, Margie Mulder, Ear, Nose, and Throat Clinic, and Alice Stone, Revenue Cycle. Please join me for a brief moment of silence to honor their memory. Thank you. It's been a year of transition for ANTHC, offering us an opportunity to reflect on where we've been, where we are, and where we're going. I stepped into my role as president and CEO in March, and I'm grateful for the guidance and leadership of the ANTHC Board of Directors. The board comes together from various tribes and regions to make decisions that benefit the entire state. They are committed to the greater good of all patients and communities served by the Alaska Tribal Health System. Alaska Native leaders have been exercising self-governance and working together in this way for more than 30 years. It was a privilege to recognize the work and self-determination of many tribal leaders and organizations in this room during this year's AFN keynote. You've led us to the system we have today, driving a historic shift from a one-size-fits-all federal program to tribally managed systems that show the power of self-governance. The All-Alaska Compact is highlighted as a model of unity, compromise, and shared governance that delivers better, culturally grounded health outcomes. For much of Indian country, this demonstrates how to improve access to high-quality, safe health services with a focus on improving outcomes. This unity doesn't happen on its own. It takes real effort to reach our shared goals. As president and CEO, it's exciting to work closely with the ANTHC board and tribal health leaders who work together in this way, confronting big problems directly and making bold requests and investments. Routine engagement with tribes and tribal health organizations is key to enhancing our partnerships, improving visibility of ANTHC's strategic initiatives, financial health, and operational improvements. Over the past year, I've had the privilege of traveling across the state and meeting with leaders who are shaping the future of tribal health in their communities. This includes joining the Lakna Community Health Board Sobriety Celebration in Cordova, celebrating the Chugachmute Health Center grand opening in Seward, traveling to Akitan with Eastern Aleutian tribes, visiting Fort Yukon to see the progress of water and sanitation projects firsthand, meeting with the Yukon-Kuskokwim Health Corporation in Bethel, and traveling with them to Tanunip, Kipnuk, and Quiglingluck. I also presented to Kodiak Area Native Association Annual Meeting, and I connected with Southeast Alaska Regional Health Consortium teams in Juneau. I met with the Ketchikan Indian community in Ketchikan, and this is just a few of the places I traveled to, and it was awesome because I got to go so many places I've never been. That spirit of engagement has strengthened our work over the past year and positioned ANTHC to make meaningful progress to achieve our shared goals. At the end of 2024, tribal leaders highlighted several key issues as ANTHC enhanced alignment with partners on challenges, opportunities, and priorities. We've made great strides in addressing the issues raised. This year, consensus formed on the need for Alaska Native people to own the Alaska Native Medical Center, the statewide referral hospital at the heart of the Alaska Tribal Health System. Every regional tribal health organization and many others formally supported a transfer of ANMC from the Indian Health Services to ANTHC. While we took over management and operations of the hospital in 1997, the federal government never transferred ownership of the building to us. This limits our ability to make improvements that meet our needs. The ownership transfer will enable tribes to fully control the future of our healthcare system. We need to address a backlog of deferred maintenance while also making transformational investments that prepare us for the future. We cannot wait another 3 decades for the healthcare system we need today. We appreciated the opportunity to share this directly with U.S. Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Senator Lisa Murkowski, and Senator Dan Sullivan earlier this summer. We're coordinating closely with the IHS on next steps. With ownership on the horizon, it is also important to talk about the dual role ANTHC has in that responsibility. On the one hand, we must protect the ability for ANMC to expand to meet patient needs. On the other hand, we must build a system that works for our patients and establishes ANTHC as the system's consortium. To rectify historical practices and fairly allocate limited resources statewide, the Alaska Tribal Health System turned to a proven tool of self-governance, a medevac task force facilitated by the Alaska Native Health Board. The task force met bi-weekly throughout the summer, refining proposals for the ANTHC board's consideration. In August, the board unanimously approved the medevac task force recommended 2-part settlement. The settlement includes a one-time payment to resolve all historical medevac and patient travel claims that span many years, and participation in a 2-year medevac pilot program. The pilot program began on October 1st. We aim to achieve strategic, operational, and financial benefits that enhance care, coordination, efficiency, and equity. That settlement got me a few gray hairs, but it was an awesome accomplishment this year. As we shift from these initiatives to a broader view in our progress, next I'll share where we are in our strategic plan. In 2022, the ANTHC Board of Directors adopted the organization's first ever 3-year strategic plan for fiscal years 23 through 25, and a financial plan to put it to work. This plan, as you see, has 3 main pillars: empower the workforce, focusing on meeting the needs of our employees; enhancing the system of care, reinforcing our commitment to improve access to care services, enhancing strategic partnerships; and achieve performance excellence, providing the highest quality of care and services. This plan is aligned with ANTHC's mission to enhance healthcare coordination among tribal partners as we deliver high-quality services that promote health. For FY25, the board approved an organizational scorecard with 24 measures focused on several core areas: enhancing engagement with tribes and tribal health organizations, accelerating improvements in patient access, satisfaction, travel, and housing, strengthening foundational processes and technologies, supporting improved healthcare services within rural communities, and continuing focus to achieve a break-even or better operating margin. Tiered goals threshold, target, and stretch keep our teams motivated and focused as we navigate a lot of transformation. Fiscal year closeout data reported consistent performance. 5 measures achieved the 80% threshold target, 7 measures achieved the 100% target, and 9 measures achieved the 120% stretch target. 3 measures did not reach the threshold target or stretch goal. While these outcomes reflect strong overall performance, we knew some of these targets would be hard to reach. A snapshot of successes we're proud of include increases in urgent referrals seen and specialty clinic visits mean more individuals are accessing evaluation, which opens the door to treatment, procedures, or surgery. We continue to focus on patient travel and housing improvements, including the purchase of 2 additional hotels to expand housing capacity and the implementation of Salesforce Voyager, improving visibility between clinic appointments and patient travel needs. More on the 2 new hotels in a moment. Employee engagement scores increased for a 3rd consecutive year, despite national trends decreasing. We completed the electronic health record assessment, slowing it down to find alignment with the varying degree of needs among our tribal health partners. These improvements take an incredible amount of focus throughout the year. Please join me in recognizing the hard work of the ANTHC teams. Some areas continue to be opportunities for improvement. Surgical cases completed 20,490 cases in FY25, just shy of threshold target by 110 cases. Although the start of the year was impacted by the construction at the University Lake Surgery Center, the team worked hard to offset this impact by addressing key staffing shortages and adding evening and weekend times. Although we did not meet the original timeline and budget of the enterprise resource planning transformation, it took a significant amount of effort to complete. We're proud of our team for all the work to put this software solution in place. It was a significant effort by finance, HR, supply chain, accounting, accounts payable, payroll, grants management, and the Division of Environmental Health and Engineering, IT, and Enterprise Project Management Office. That was a lot of divisions working on that. With the snapshot of our strategic performance in mind, I'll turn to major capital investments the board is making that are helping us to deliver on our goals. This year, ANTHC completed a master site facility plan. The plan outlines a combination of renovation and new construction options. Developed over 18 months, our team conducted more than 100 interviews, assessed existing facilities, analyzed patient volumes, treatment times, operational flow, and service needs. This framework is supporting the board's decisions, ensuring that every investment ANTHC makes in our facilities is strategic and aligned with our long-term goals to strengthen access to care and improve the patient experience. We've made great progress on phase 1 of the emergency services expansion this year. Focused on the renovations and additions to floors 1 through 3 of the hospital, construction crews completed demolition along the east side of the hospital. This year, we opened 29 exam rooms directly across from the temporary emergency services department. This phase of the project increases emergency department space and surgical recovery space. It ensures we provide safer care, helping to get to emergency department patients out of the hallways and into private care areas. The goal is to decrease wait time for emergency care and overall for patients being admitted to the hospital, including patients being transferred from rural Alaska. We saw that as a comment in the live feed earlier. We need to improve that time, and the board is committed through this investment. In May, the board announced its approval of phase 2 of the emergency services expansion, bringing ANTHC's total investment on this project to $377 million. Since August, crews have been setting steel to expand floors 4 to 6, adding 60 new inpatient rooms to the hospital. This phase of the project aims to increase overall hospital capacity that supports increased patient volumes. If you haven't been by the hospital recently, drive by, take a look at all the progress. It's really exciting to see the new tower come together. Next, we have our short-term skilled nursing facility, which is also making significant progress and will enhance patient access. The 80-bed, 2-story facility will provide seamless coordination between hospital care teams and skilled nursing providers, providing the right level of care for patients who no longer need hospital-level care. At the beginning of the year, construction crews completed utility work and the building's foundation. By mid-October, the building's final interior and exterior footings were completed. Crews will continue work to enclose the building through the remainder of the year. We're on track for the facility to open just over a year from now in early 2027. Now, we've talked about the cardiology clinic. Last year, we highlighted the work underway, moving from the hospital to the second floor of the Healthy Communities building at 3900 Ambassador Drive. The new clinic space opened in October, and I think we stated it already, but we grew from 7 rooms to 20 exam rooms, 6 testing rooms, and 1 procedure room. It also allows us to expand services, providing care for vein and artery issues in the Vascular Surgery Center. I'm glad someone asked about what Vascular Surgery Center is. And I'm proud to announce that we have recruited a native cardiologist. She'll be starting in a year from now, Dr. Lakota Hardy. I guess it's really hard to recruit cardiologists because they're so specialized, but Dr. Hardy has been doing a fellowship, and we're really excited that she'll join us in a year. With heart health remaining a leading health issue for Alaska Native people, the opening of the cardiology clinic represents a significant milestone in improving care for the people we serve. I noticed we have a lot of blank walls at the cardiology clinic. We had to cut out some of the art budget. So if any of your entities would like to donate art, we will accept them. Another investment to improve patient experience is our purchase of 2 hotels, ANTHC Lodging at Old Seward and ANTHC Lodging at Midtown. Over the past few years, we heard clearly the challenges patients experienced when staying in hotel rooms in the community. These purchases helped eliminate the need for hotel rooms off campus. This allows ANTHC to direct more resources towards improving patient experience and travel coordination. We know the Old Seward location, the one by Moose's Tooth, is not up to ANTHC's brand standards yet, but we began renovations in October and we will be completed in March. These will include new flooring, paint, furniture, artwork throughout all 3 floors. It will also build a marketplace and a travel lounge on the first floor, adding food options and a comfortable place to wait for shuttles. Other FY25 capital investments include additional clinical equipment upgrades, including adding the second Da Vinci surgical robot, increasing access and decreasing operating room times. This increases availability of minimally invasive surgeries, offering less invasive, less traumatic surgical procedures for patients, an enhancement for both patients and providers. For technology investments, we completed the electronic health record assessment, taking into account perspectives of tribal partners. We'll continue to collaborate as we consider next steps. We completed the N4 Cloud Suite upgrade in August, moving highly manual systems that support day-to-day business operations like supply chain, payroll, finance, and accounting, workforce, and inventory management to more automated workflows. Finally, high-level disinfection and sterile processing upgrades at both the hospital and University Lake Medical Center is an important enhancement for patient health and safety. Now to the fun part. Let's talk about finances. In FY25, ANTHC made strong progress in our financial turnaround, thanks to the steady leadership of our board. Even with federal funding uncertainty, rising healthcare costs, and other industry challenges, we showed solid resilience and solid operating improvement. The graph on this slide shows ANTHC's operating revenues and expenses. The dark blue bar shows a steady increase in operating revenue from fiscal year 22 to fiscal year 25. For the fiscal year, the board approved a break-even budget, projecting a 0% operating margin. This plan included increased patient volumes, improvements to the revenue cycle, and increased labor efficiency. These steps are critical to building sustainable financial performance as we also expand specialty services and strengthen care across the Alaska Tribal Health System. At the year end, we reported an operating loss of a negative 1.9%. This is mainly due to that one-time medevac settlement that gave me all that gray hair. When we normalize for that medevac settlement, by excluding the financial impact for that payment, our margin was 0.6%. This is slightly above our target of 0.5%, a sign that our efforts to improve patient access, efficiency, and revenue collection are working. We have also nearly $2 billion in restricted Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act grant funding to build water and sanitation systems in rural communities, many for the first time. These investments are life-changing and strengthen the health of the Native people across all of our communities in this state. The light blue bar show increases in operating expenses that align with the increased revenues and growth, including increased costs in labor, housing, travel, and supplies. We are making major investments in our facilities, including the emergency services expansion, the short-term skilled nursing facility, patient lodging, totaling over $500 million. These projects will improve care for generations to come. Looking ahead, FY26 is all about building on this momentum. Strong, sustainable finances allow us to reinvest in our system, recruit providers, expand access to care, support tribal health partners, bring care closer to home, and uphold tribal self-determination. Every dollar we manage wisely today strengthens the health of Alaska Native people tomorrow. As we look forward to FY26, the ANTHC board is leading efforts to update the ANTHC strategic plan. The updated plan will set direction for fiscal years 28 to 32. Our planning process will take place over a 17-month period, engaging partners at several key points along the way. We're beginning the process by building a shared understanding of where we are today, our strengths, challenges, and opportunities. Next, we'll turn focus to the future, seeking to understand the desired future state of ANTHC and statewide services. We'll be working closely with tribes and tribal health organizations to set up discussions that will inform this planning effort. In closing, we're modernizing our campus, expanding our facilities, strengthening partnerships across the state, and building a system of care that honors our values while preparing for the future. The challenges we face, whether federal uncertainty, workforce pressures, or the ongoing demands of meeting our patients where they are real. But the strength of our tribal health system is even more real. When we stand together, we are capable of transforming the health of the people and communities we serve, the system that supports our needs and the future of Alaska. I'm grateful for your trust and partnership, and I'm honored to continue this work alongside you. I'll drink water rather than clap for myself. Okay, we are gonna do another polling section. So with those highlights in mind, let's go back to our devices and shift over to questions. So remember, whether you're in person or online, you can participate. Text ANTHC. Open a new text message and text, thank you, ANTHC to 22333. You'll receive confirmation that you have joined the poll. Y'all ready for this? Numbers or letters you will appear on the screen that you will use to send via the same text message to submit answers for the poll. For open-ended questions, you will simply type and send your responses in the same text message to submit answers. If you're on a web browser, on your phone, computer, or tablet, go to pollev.com/ANTHC. Raise your hand if you need help with it. I did it earlier, and it doesn't really, when you answer it, it doesn't really say it went through, but it does. The magic works.
If you joined us for the earlier poll now, you'll have to open up a new text message and text ANTHC, and the numbers on the screen correspond to the answers. And so, way to go, Yukon Kuskokwim, South Central.
I know Kip Nuck is in the house, so thank you for being here. Okay, they're telling me to go on to the next question. What is the best way to engage with you and other leaders in your region to set ANTHC's strategic priorities? Press 1 for work through your representative on the ANTHC board. Ooh, that's a good one. Press 2, consultation with your tribe. 3, coordination with leaders from your regional tribal health organization. 4, send direct surveys. 5, annual meeting feedback sessions. 5 is probably the most fun. Your board, your ANTHC board is very effective advocating for our patients. So I'll vote for number 1. A lot of responses include coordination with leaders from your regional and tribal health organization. I agree. We are an awesome tribal health system. The executives from all the tribes and tribal health organizations have great relationships. We meet regularly and talk through coordination. We just got an invite to go up to ASNA in January. We're really looking forward to bringing Kenny up there. So great. Thank you for your feedback. Next question. ANTHC vision is Alaska Native people are the healthiest people in the world. How well aligned is this vision with other tribes and THOs in the Alaska Tribal Health System? This is what we're going for. What's our vision? We want to be the healthiest people in the world. Is it aligned with the other visions across the state? A lot of responses for very well aligned and somewhat aligned. Sometimes this vision can be overwhelming. Like, are we really going to get there, the healthiest people in the world? But I think we can get there, so I like the vision. Thank you for responding. Which of the following do you believe should be ANTHC's top priority over the next 5 to 10 years? 1, creating a unified strategic vision and buy-in across the consortium. 2, recruiting, training, and retaining workforce. Ooh, that's going to be a hard one. 3, achievement of public health milestones. 4, enhancing clinical infrastructure. 5, enhanced financial economic stability. 6, improving access and accessibility of services. And 7, communication and connectivity. Can you go back up to 1? I forgot what it was. Okay. Creating a unified strategic vision, buy-in across the consortium. I'm really concerned about 2, recruiting, training, and retaining workforce. With all of our capital investments and opening new facilities, we need hundreds of new healthcare workforce, and we're already have a struggle recruiting just in Alaska. So we're really focused on developing relationships with all of the universities across Alaska and even those outside of Alaska. It looks like improving access and accessibility of services for our patients. I agree with that one. And I think that's kind of what our board has been focused on. It's the improvement can be slow as construction happens slowly and over time. But I think once we get over this next couple years, then we're going to see a really rapid rate of an improvement on number 6, improving that access. It's a really exciting time at ANTHC. When thinking about the challenges you face regarding access to healthcare, what is the most significant barrier? 1, transportation. 2, appointment services availability. 3, patient lodging. 4, support services like social work, food, home care, education. 5, workforce shortages like community health aides, providers at regional facilities, and providers at ANMC. And 6, types of services available. I think most everyone's agreeing with appointment service availability. That's similar along the poll from earlier, and we agree. The ANTHC board and the ANMC Joint Operating Board is looking at this data every quarter about the referral wait times for our specialty clinics, and we've made a lot of progress getting many of those wait times down, but there's a lot of progress to be made. Thank you for that answer. What are your priorities for health services? 1, clinical care, like seeing a provider obtaining surgeries, procedures. 2, preventative services, like disease prevention, education, therapeutics. Or 3, environmental, water, sanitation, food security, community infrastructure. It's kind of hard to pick, the priority of 3. They're all extremely important. Someone approached me in the airport and was like, you're so focused on the hospital. If you focus on prevention, you wouldn't have to, spend so much money at the hospital. I'm like, oh, that's true. But then when I traveled out to Tanunuk and just saw all the hard work it takes just to get their water, it's like, oh, we really need to get those water projects into our first service communities. I've been to every single interior village, but when I went out to Tanunuk, I'm like, okay, I need to make sure I get out to our villages across the state because every village is different. It's hard to prioritize the 3. They're all important. Thank you for your answer. Which opportunity is most important for ANTHC to work together with the system on? 1, facility investments, building new clinical facilities. 2, workforce. 3, innovation, new services and therapies. And 4, advocacy, ensuring Alaska Native voices are heard at the state, federal level. I want to say the Alaska Tribal Health System works so good together on all of these priorities. At the Alaska Native Health Board, we come together with one voice on advocacy, and the ANTHC Intergovernmental Affairs team really supports ANHB, so I'd like to call out Vice President Monique Martin and her team for all the help on advocacy. I think we could work together as a system better for workforce. Sometimes we compete for workforce, and there's a lot of innovation we can do around workforce, including all of our partnerships with the universities, the pipeline of students we want to bring in. We've done it before by creating those health aid provider types, so we're very innovative at the Alaska Tribal Health System. What's your vision for ANTHC, the statewide consortium? I guess this is open-ended, just write your thoughts. What's your vision for ANTHC, the statewide consortium? I think we're just waiting for people to respond. Okay, I'll just fill in the time with my own vision. Okay, excellent medical care, access to care. We're getting there. I think with the opening of the new facilities, our intentionality with our staff, we're really trying to build a culture where our staff really want to be at work. We're giving them the tools they need. Right now we're hearing from our staff that the electronic health record is preventing them from being efficient and delivering the best patient care. So we want to address that issue in the next couple years. We're really looking at DHE to increase productivity in our infrastructure funding. We have limitations administratively, and we're trying to address those issues. Like in a rounding, we met with the teams and they said, hey, we need to get these contracts speeded up so we can order the gravel or we're not gonna have a project. So we're all working together to achieve our vision. Help our tribes fight for funds for health care, holistic medicine and Western medicine, and finding health issue in a timely manner. Tribal member preference for employment. We just were reviewing our Alaska Native and American Indian workforce data at the Executive Council this week. Keeping up with follow-up. Communication continues to be a theme for today. If you open up a burn clinic so patients can stay closer to home. I learned a lot about our trauma care team when I rounded with their leaders probably last month. We just got reaccredited, I think, for our trauma team. So congratulations to them. Understand the referral needs and then have excellent access to that care. And the care is loving and feels like how we care for our families. Totally agree with that. A lot of tribal leaders are asking, how are we training our staff to provide that culturally competent care? And that's a question we're really asking our internal teams, and what can we do to improve that and actually be intentional on that training. So I totally agree with that. Okay, now we're gonna do questions live from the audience.
And we came back late from lunch, so we have time for a question from the room and a question.
Thank you. Our water and sewer system that we received, and it was projected to last 5 years. What will happen to that funding? Because, we're no longer able to live in our community due to the remnants of Typhoon Halong.
Thank you for the question. I was able to travel out to Kipnuk when Senator Sullivan invited some leaders and saw the devastation firsthand. And I really want to recognize everything you all have been through and your community's been through. And this is such an important question. The funding that has already been awarded for the water and sanitation project in the village, what will happen with that funding? There's a lot of uncertainty, and we need to follow up on this. What I think the community first needs to come together to decide on options, and we take our direction from the tribe, and then we will advocate for the tribe on where you want to go. We have great partners with our federal delegation. So when the tribe decides on the next step on what we want to do for the community, I think they'll be partners with us in deciding what to do with that funding. We have our DHE teams out here to the left or the right, I forget which one they said, but I'm going to ask that one of the team members take this question from Kipnuk and work through the details to see what are the steps. And I think this is an important question for our other communities that were impacted by the typhoon as well, because we have a few. And we need to anticipate future storms and what this will mean for our water and sewer projects. So that's a long way of saying I don't know, but we're gonna find out.
We have one question from online, and this goes right along with what you're discussing already. Is ANTHC still helping with the typhoon response? What if I want to donate traditional foods to people from the village?
Thank you. So I think we are, of course, helping. DHE crews have been out to multiple villages assisting with the infrastructure recovery. We are working in coordination with South Central Foundation to ensure that our beneficiaries who are displaced and are now living in Anchorage receive the health care that their families need. If you have traditional foods that you'd like to donate, I think the Heritage Center is accepting these foods. The reason they're accepting is because they have a large freezer to store those foods, and then they distribute to our evacuees. Does anyone have better information than what I said from our team?
You're getting thumbs up from across the room. That's
President
correct.
Kyle gave me the thumbs up today, so I'm doing good.
Okay, so we are unfortunately going to cut the question and answer period short, but we do have our executive team members here in the audience. If you've got questions, you can see me and I will get the right person to talk with you to help answer those questions. We also have our programs and services out here in the lobby, and so they have a lot of the answers as well. And so we are going to proceed with the program. Thank you, President Singh.
Thank you for all your thoughtful questions and feedback. As we wrap up this session, let's have Al come forward to move on, and he's going to get to do the first round of door prizes. I think I should have been the one, but that's fine.
So Natasha, I know how much you liked this backpack, but your name's not on the list. So, remember when Natasha said it's a good thing if we call your name? So now we get to go through some door prizes. This is one of 3 times. So if you registered or checked in, you're already entered into the drawing. If you still need to register or check in, visit anthc.org/annual meeting to enter. Remember, you only need to register once. Registering multiple times does nothing. It does not increase your chance of winning. ANTHC employees, even new employees, Mr. Saran, directors and alternate directors are not eligible to participate. So now let's get to the fun part. This amazing Patagonia backpack right here. Let me just look and see who our winner is. Shonda Low C. Shonda, are you in the room? This backpack is for you. All right, so as we go through the next ones here, 4 sealskin holiday ornaments. I was thinking to myself, I need these on my tree, right? And so Martha Malat, these are your ornaments. All right, I was super impressed by this one. So I grew up in a family playing cribbage all the time. This is a walrus jaw-carved cribbage board, an ANTHC deck of cards. And so our winner on this one is Floyd Tickett. All right, so we're bringing out the big bucks now. Next we'll draw one 500 utility check winner. Christina Changsak, we got to keep moving it on. $500. Congrats. I wish I had like a big check, Christina. All right, and finally, the 40,000 Alaska Airlines Atmos point certificate. I actually got to tell the individual before he left, I said, you better be watching online or we're just going to give it out to someone else. Our very own Paul Mueller, who was here earlier, is the winner for that.
Okay, Al, it's me, Amber. You know when you see on the screen and they have that small print with prizes? I do have forms that you have to fill out to collect your prize, so I have those back here. We need to get a few signatures before we release the prize to you, and so congratulations to our winners. For those in the room, I'll see you.
I thought I was done, but I'm not. That's good. Congratulations to the winner. I advocated for better door prizes this year. There we go. At this time, we're excited to welcome Dr. Jeremy Hunter, Interim ANMC Administrator, to provide an update on clinical services and the hospital.
Thank you,
Born
Natasha.
and raised here and born at the All Native Hospital of Inupiaq. It's rewarding to see people get better and heal.
Born and raised in Anchorage, but my family's from Southeast area. Taking care of my own people and giving people the kind of care they deserve feels fulfilling to me.
I grew up here in Anchorage. I really enjoyed the community amongst all of the people working here, and taking care of the Native population was something that brought a lot of meaning to my life.
The bottom line isn't the most important thing in this healthcare system, that really the patient still is the center.
Sole focus here is taking care of our patients, providing the absolute best care that we can without a lot of the external pressures. It really frees the providers to provide, holistic care that's patient-centered with, the only priority being giving the patient the best outcome.
Being a part of the culture and assisting our Alaska Native people, even though I'm not at home, I can still help our people.
It's really important that we have Alaska Native nurses and providers because they know our people, and it also helps our patients feel a lot more at ease and comfortable.
It's nice to be a familiar face to other patients. I found it very rewarding to be able to work here and also be Native.
And getting that family connection really just increases trust for them, and with that trust can build a really therapeutic relationship with our patients where they're sharing more, they're calling for help like earlier when they need it.
I feel like ANMC is a family, and that teamwork is a massive part of not just my unit, but the entire hospital.
All of the nurses are able to come together and help one another out whenever we notice that one of our teammates is behind on something. There's a real sense of teamwork there, and it feels good to have that kind of support system in place.
I'm doing the thing. I'm being a role model. I'm seeing nurses in leadership positions that look like me and have like the urban Native experience, and they want to help build up this healthcare system and do a good job and care for our people. And that's probably like some of my favorite moments.
The nice thing about here is they allow us to just enjoy ourselves. They allow us to be ourselves. They allow us to just, have fun at work. It's hard to explain, but it's just something special about the patients and the people that work here. They just make you feel comfortable.
I've had patients for 30 years now here, and I just really enjoy the patients. I wouldn't still be here after 30 years if it wasn't an awesome job, and it is an awesome job.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon. My name is Jeremy Hunter. It has been a privilege to serve as the interim ANMC administrator since May of this year. I'm a board-certified emergency medicine physician. I still practice emergency medicine at ANMC. It's been a little bit less since May, but looking forward to practicing more starting in January. Patient feedback helps us evaluate how well we're doing in a day-to-day operations, especially where we are performing well and where we need to improve. There are several ways to share feedback, which helps us improve trust, satisfaction, and ensure we provide patient-centered care. Patient surveys share a series of standardized questions with patients after they visit a clinic or are hospitalized. They are commonly used by hospitals across the nation, allowing us to compare how we're doing and learn best practices from other hospitals. The surveys typically ask questions about quality of care, communication and attentiveness, accessibility, ease of access and wait times, our facilities. Are they clean and comfortable? And overall satisfaction rating and likelihood to recommend ANMC. Although we rank below the national benchmark for percent of patients who would recommend ANMC, we're committed to improving. Regular patient feedback is one way to discover how we can do better. If you or a family member receive one of our surveys in the mail, please take some time to fill it out and return it at no cost to you. Tribal partners, we ask you to help us emphasize the importance of these surveys within your regions. While our website at anmc.org provides up-to-date contact information for our patient experience team, we have 3 representatives here today. Please stand as I call your name. Ida Noonkesser, Jimmy Freeman, and Don Black. Please feel free to connect with one of these leaders if you'd like to discuss patient experience directly. Increasing access to care for patients continues to be a central theme of our strategic focus, shaping our efforts throughout the year. This first graph here shows ANMC hospital capacity from October 2024 through September of 2025. If you can see that red bar at the top, that's 100% capacity. The green bars show how many people were in the hospital. This means we are almost always over capacity. The dotted line represents the national average, which is a little over 60%. We track several measures that help us monitor how well we're improving this access to care. In the following graphs, the blue bar shows data from 2024, and the green bar on the right shows data from 2025. On the right, an increase in inpatient days reflects growth in the average daily census, meaning more patients are receiving care. Total inpatient days in fiscal year 25 were 54,664. It's a 4% increase over fiscal year 24's number of 52,561. Length of stay at ANMC is considerably longer than other hospitals, in part due to lack of discharge options in the community. A big reason our stays tend to run longer is that many patients don't have a good place to go once they no longer need hospital-level care. The new skilled nursing facility will change that and help us move people through the system safely and faster. From cardiology and oncology to orthopedics, sleep medicine, and urology, ANTHC operates 26 specialty clinics at ANMC. In fiscal year 25, specialty clinic visits finished at 171,683. This is just over 5% growth from 162,532 in fiscal year 24. We've been working to make getting an appointment easier by standardizing our schedules, adjusting for no-shows, and hiring more providers. We established a centralized scheduling team that is now supporting 13 of our clinics. We've also been able to get more urgent referrals seen within 2 weeks, moving from 55% in May of 2024 to 70% in September of 2025. We also expanded specialty care provided in regions with 11 tribal health partners, providing 3,700 field clinic visits in 12 specialties that include cardiology, ear, nose, and throat, ophthalmology, and orthopedics, among others. These visits are up from an estimated 3,400 visits in fiscal year 24. At the start of the year, construction for sterile processing improvements initially delayed how many surgeries could be scheduled. We focused on recruiting more anesthesia providers, improved on-time first starts of the day, and extended our operating room hours. These changes will have an even bigger impact in the year ahead. Despite our initial setback, with focus on these improvements, surgical cases in fiscal year 25 improved and ended at 20,495 cases, an approximate 2% growth over fiscal year 24, coming in just short of our goal that Natasha mentioned earlier. Ultimately, all of this data and all of this work come down to the same goal: making sure people have better access, shorter wait times, and the high quality care they deserve. The emergency services expansion that Natasha mentioned a moment ago is really a historic step forward, and it's important we get it right. In this moment, the project is also heavily impacting operations of the Emergency Services Department, or ESD. Construction caused a temporary decrease in overall bed capacity. Our incredible staff had to redesign how we triage, how we move patients through the care space. The teams created new workflows, including a results pending area to keep patients moving even when we had fewer beds. With these impacts, we expected ESD visits to drop. Instead, the patient volume really remained stable, reaching 56,405 visits in fiscal year 25, slightly over the 56,357 we saw in fiscal year 24. Another number that we track in the Emergency Services Department is the number of patients who leave before being seen by a provider due to wait times or other issues. This metric is helpful because it really lets us know how we're doing at getting patients in to see a provider. And it's obviously not a good sign if people get so frustrated they leave a hospital before receiving care. Our immediate goal is to make it so that no more than 1 in 25 people leave without being seen by a provider, or 4%. Even with major disruptions to the physical space, we met our goal and trended slightly positive compared to a year ago. We also opened new areas of the department this year. The Delta Zone opened in March of this year, and Zone Charlie opened in July of this year. With these two opening, we are now back to our pre-construction bed availability. With 11 new rooms coming online, we expect better access to emergency services care and fewer diversions to other hospitals. Wait times across specialty clinics remain longer than we'd like, but we're taking steps to improve access. In the graph on the screen, our goal is to see the bars lower, meaning wait times are shorter. ANTHC continues to invest in expanded clinic space, like the cardiology clinic expansion Natasha highlighted. We're also increasing the use of telemedicine so more patients can receive care closer to home. Demand is high across all services, some due to limited availability in certain subspecialties like allergy, and others due to sheer volume of need, such as colonoscopies and orthopedics. We're actively recruiting additional providers to increase specialty clinic visits and reduce wait times for procedures as well as surgeries. 61 providers have started with us since January. We've been successful in recruiting providers for general surgery, ophthalmology, allergy, and cardiology. Cardiology, rheumatology, as well as hematology and oncology remain some of our hardest specialties to fill, a trend we also see nationwide. To provide care closer to home, working closely with patients and partners to better manage healthcare needs, we've implemented initiatives with several tribal health organizations, including Ear, Nose, and Throat, started doing some surgeries in Bethel at YKHC. We're training providers from regions to do colonoscopies. Current examples are from Canna as well as Norton Sound. Orthopedics is offering surgeries in partnership with TCC, and when available, cancer treatment can be provided via telehealth, like a conversation about a biopsy result, explaining potential treatment options, and developing a care plan. When care must be provided at ANMC, we want the patient's experience to be seamless and high quality, from arrival to departure. If you joined us for the patient feedback hour earlier today, you may have heard some of these updates. In October, we opened the ANTHC Liaison Desk at Ted Stevens Anchorage International Airport. It's located near baggage claim door 6. Resources at the desk allow patients to begin the check-in process with ANTHC lodging, track campus shuttles, and ask guest liaisons questions during staffed hours. After hours, easy-to-use screens are available so patients can begin the lodging check-in process. This year, the board purchased 2 hotels to expand patient lodging capacity. ANTHC Lodging at Midtown added 92 rooms. ANTHC Lodging at Old Seward added 135 rooms. Natasha mentioned the renovations that are underway at the Old Seward location. We began renovations on the top floor in October and will move down through the building 1 floor at a time. Construction should be completed March of 2026. With the additional patient lodging locations, ANTHC added shuttle routes. The shuttle tracker is updated, providing real-time views of shuttle locations and schedules. Looking ahead, we're planning a cross-town route to directly connect lodging facilities to campus. We're also purchasing new shuttles with a low-profile build and an easy access ramp. ANTHC's Travel Management Office implemented the use of Voyager in July of this year. Through this platform, ANTHC and our partners can view, track, and share patient travel information in real time. This ensures partners have the same information and eliminates delays or communication gaps. The patient hotline remains a single point of contact for patients who have travel and lodging questions. The phone number is 844-729-8430. This hotline is available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and provides immediate help with travel itineraries, lodging details, and appointment information. Natasha spoke about approval of the Medevac pilot program. Although they are connecting our patients to care within the tribal health system, Medevac vendors are considered healthcare providers outside of the system. On the operational side, the pilot started on October 1st of this year. It is designed to organize the volume and impact that Medevacs have across the Alaska tribal health system. Through the program, we hope to achieve shared benefits that allow us, for the first time, have statewide Medevac data, enhanced patient care coordination, improved transparency, efficiency, compliance, equity, and cost savings. Patients should not feel any impact. Local providers are still contacting ANMC and identifying the right course of action for the patient's care. Looking ahead to fiscal year 26, we're excited to welcome Kenny Saran, the new ANMC Chief Executive. We're going to continue to focus on improving access to care, increasing specialty and field clinic visits, surgical cases. We're committed to these increases, in addition to improving patient satisfaction. All right. With those highlights in mind, we're going to shift to another poll everywhere. Similar instructions. Open a new text to ANTHC 22333. Whether you're in person or online, you can participate. To join, you will receive confirmation that you have joined the poll. Numbers or letters will appear on the screen that you will use to send via the same text message to submit answers for the poll. For open-ended questions, you will simply type and send your response in the same text message to submit the answer. All right. So question number one, again, is what is your home region? And while these results are coming in, again, we have staff members in the room with microphones where we can get in-person questions as well. Okay. All right, results are coming in, starting to slow down. Okay, next question. With us looking at access to care and improving this access to care for our specialty clinic visits, it's important to know what is the best way to deliver that care, or what's the best way for you to receive that specialty care. Answer one is in my home region at a field clinic. Answer number two is via telehealth appointment from home region or clinic. And answer number three, at appointments or through inpatient care at ANMC. Coming in. ANMC is coming in top, followed by field clinics. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Next question, thinking about field clinics. When specialty providers visit your region, what area of care is most important to you, your family, or in your region? And this is an open-ended question, so you can just text in your responses. Allergy. Allergy was one of the longer wait times. An update that I didn't give is we hired our second allergy provider who just started with us last month. So we went from one allergy provider to two. So we're really going to be working on reducing those wait times. Cardiology, ophthalmology, dental. Great. When you have field clinics in your regions, how do you hear about them? Answer one is the information is shared by your tribe or THO. Number two is if you hear about it from family or friends. Number 3 is you hear about field clinics on social media. Number 4 is printed announcements that are mailed to you. And number 5 are radio ads. Social media is coming in at the top, followed by information shared by tribe and THOs, okay? Okay. All right. Next question. How would you rate the quality of the healthcare you receive at the Alaska Native Medical Center? 1 is unsatisfactory. 2 is needs improvement. 3 is satisfactory. And 4 is excellent. And we do always seek to provide excellent health care at the hospital. Okay. Great. Thank you for that. All right. Next question. Do your care teams effectively communicate with you about the care you are receiving? Answer 1 is never. Answer 2 is rarely. Answer number 3 is sometimes. And 4 is always. Communication has been a theme throughout the day today.
Thank you, everyone, for participating in this live feedback. We are going to move to questions from online, and we'll open up for questions from the audience as well. Dr. Hunter, your first question that's coming from our audience and our participants online. This is so the question is, many children are referred to Anchorage for dental procedures. Parents are often stressed out trying to find hotels for housing, and some are having to reschedule their children's dental appointments. Is there a way to assist these patient escorts with housing accommodations?
Thank you for the question. That is one that I actually don't know the answer for with the dental, and I will get back.
We have an individual to help with the answer.
All right, there we go. Thank you.
Hi again, this is Liz Artiaga. I am proud to serve as the Vice President of Patient Logistics. I was able to speak with you all a little bit earlier. I did want to share that accessing appointments, we understand that there's a lot of concerns whenever people travel in, and lodging should not be one of them. So as we continue to expand our lodging capacity, we're going to be reviewing our current procedures to determine how we can support lodging accommodations for the appointment types that had been previously established as ineligible. We understand how challenging it can be to secure housing when you have appointments on ANTHC campus, and we're going to be committed to exploring ways to better support our patients moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Thank you, Amber.
Okay, do we have any questions in the room for Dr. Hunter? If you'd like to raise your hand, we'll run a mic over. Okay, right here.
Hello, Sarah Thiel here. I was in the village last summer, and there was a behavioral specialist there, so I wanted to make an appointment with her. And this is my village. I'm a tribal member, but I don't live there, so I wasn't a resident, and so I wasn't allowed to see her. I thought that was kind of odd, but yeah.
Okay, thank you. With our field clinics, we coordinate with our tribes and THOs to help us schedule those field clinics. Maybe you and I could connect offline so I could figure out which specialty that was and find out. Right, yeah.
Tara, we will ask Patient Experience to follow up with you. We have another question that came in online. Accessing appointments is still a big issue, especially for people who travel in from rural communities. What is a realistic timeline to shorten wait times, and how exactly are you measuring progress?
So this is something that we look at every month, almost every day. That graph that showed October of 24 compared to September of 25, we are seeing significant improvements over the past year. We're working on keeping all the schedules full. We are hiring providers where we need additional providers and finding available rooms to provide more access. Realistically, we are seeing those improvements. It's just not happening as fast as any of us would want it to happen. But we are working on this every day to make it so it doesn't take as long to get in.
We have time for, we've got a question over here in the room. Thank you.
I know I come from an area where our hospital services 56 villages. And when someone come to our hospital in Bethel with the 56 villages that they serve, and you have only 1 week to go, or however long that person is there to see patients, especially the specialty. Are they there only for a week or longer?
So thank you very much for the question. And the answer is it's variable based off of the specialty. Some specialties, when we do field clinics, are there for longer periods of time, depending on how many patients are there to be seen. And some are shorter if there's not many patients in the regions. So there isn't a full week that they're there necessarily. It varies based off of the specialties and the needs. Thank you.
Dr. Hunter, we have one last question.
Okay.
We thank you for your time in the interim role. What was one of the most exciting things you experienced while you were in this position?
Oh my goodness. Well, it's all been really exciting. But realizing how impactful and amazing ANTHC and ANMC truly is, not only for the healthcare that's delivered, but how the state tribal health system works together, is been one of the most fascinating and honoring things for me to be a part of as the interim leader. And I'm really looking forward to continuing to be part of it as the Chief Medical Officer moving forward. Thank you.
Stay up here, sir. So we're going to take a moment to recognize Dr. Hunter. Jeremy is the Chief Medical Officer at ANTHC. In May, he stepped forward to also serve as the interim hospital administrator. Interim leadership roles are very hard. I know, I just did one. It requires navigating uncertainty, carrying additional responsibility, and doing so with the understanding that the work cannot pause, not even for a moment. Dr. Hunter embraced this challenge with humility, professionalism, and a deep sense of responsibility to our patients, our staff, and our mission. Over these months, he supported and empowered our teams and ensured continuity of care. He also strengthened the heartbeat of ANMC. He kept patient safety, quality, and cultural respect at the center of every decision. He has done all of this while balancing the demands of his role, never losing sight of the people we serve. Dr. Hunter, your leadership has mattered. Your calm approach, your thoughtful guidance, and your commitment to excellence helped us through a transition with stability and confidence. We're grateful for your willingness to step in, step up, and lead with integrity. Trust is not earned by titles, but by consistency, humility, and showing up again and again, and you did this. On behalf of ANTHC, thank you. Now, I know doctors go through their white coats, and you're gonna go, please remove your current jacket, because we're presenting you with a Cussbuck. This is from Angela Jewell of Kotzebue. Thank you for saying yes when it mattered. Thank you for keeping our hospital strong. And thank you for honoring our mission through your service. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, I heard some whistles over there for Dr. Hunter, so that jacket, that Cussbuck is a hit. You know what else is a hit is some free door prizes. So I think first up, a couple of things. This is our second round of door prizes. If you just joined online, make sure that we'll take your name and register you. If you checked in again, we got you already. You can go to anthc.org/annual meeting to enter. Again, you don't have to enter multiple times. We've got you once. You can't be an employee, a director, an alternate director. That was all the fine print that Amber said, you have to hit this. Okay, so now to the fun part. We've got this beautiful Patagonia backpack. I'm really in love with this. I think I've got to get one myself. So, Elena Dock, you are the winner of this Patagonia backpack. Congratulations. I'll keep this one here. And why not, let's give away another one. So another one up here, Olga Isaac. This is your backpack. All right, so now we have this beautiful mask on a grass weaving. So really beautiful here. And the winner of this is Doreen 1. Congrats, Doreen. All right, next we'll draw for this grass basket with a rose pattern, really pretty rose on there, all the way across. Melody Carlson Forbes, this is your beautiful rose basket. All right, so next up, another $500 utility check winner, and that winner is Nicholas Meganak. So congratulations, Nicholas. And last but certainly not least on this one, we have the 40,000 Alaska Airlines Atmos Points Certificate. And so the winner of this is Fawn Silas. Congratulations.
Congratulations to the winners. Next up, I'd like to introduce to the stage for the final time. Please join me in welcoming David Beveridge, Vice President of ANTHC's Division of Environmental Health and Engineering.
Thank you, Natasha. Good afternoon. Quick personal introduction. I've had the honor of serving ANTHC since 2001, and I've seen our division grow and serve so many communities all around the state. I've also had the opportunity to work with so many incredibly talented and passionate colleagues over the years. Before I get too far, I want to give a quick reminder that our staff is here. We have several sitting at the table here. We have a table out in the back, and then we actually have the Kodiak boardroom reserved if people want to meet with any of our team members. Please check in with them if you have any questions. So ANTHC, we as we were talking, I was glad to see that 33% or so of everybody's really concerned about the environmental issues. It's what really drives our team. We're working with communities and families to ensure that good health starts at home, no matter where they live. And this means that kids wouldn't have to haul waste, elders could age comfortably in their homes, and families could count on clean running water every single day. Basic community infrastructure like this directly supports health by preventing illness before anyone shows up in a clinic or at the hospital. These goals are why ANTHC is building water sanitation systems and why the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, or IIJA as it's known, is such a big deal for Alaska. Over the past year, we've started to see real results from the IIJA after years of advocacy and planning. This year, we broke ground on the first project funded by IIJA. It's a first service project in Tanunuk that will bring in-home piped water and sewer to families who have waited for decades. A lot of work remains to be done before water flows into these homes, but the groundbreaking marked a powerful moment for both the community and for ANTHC. With 1 year of the IIJA funding yet to be announced, we've secured funding for first service water and sewer projects in 19 communities. The final list of projects funded by IIJA will not be known until at least the spring or summer of 2026. And these projects are large and complex. Each one is unique. We can only be successful if we plan transparency and be transparent with communities and stay on the same page with community members every step along the way. Beyond our first service projects this past year, our construction teams worked actively on projects in 20 other communities. There were 5 community-wide construction contracts that we also let out. And our individual scattered sites program served 53 homes across the state with wells, septics, and water and sewer service connections. So now let's talk about something really exciting, logistics. It may not sound that exciting to everyone, but this year we took a big step to streamline our supply chain that we built over the decades. You'll see on the slide here, we added a new central warehouse and a 3-acre bulk materials yard and an electrical and fabrication shop that allows us to do advanced work for water and wastewater sanitation projects. The new facility sits on Orca Street in downtown Anchorage. It's close to the port, and it's going to make it easier and more efficient for us to move job-ready materials into our communities. This development happened thanks to the Alaska Congressional Delegation. They understood the need and the importance of the work that we do, and they supported a federal land transfer that made the site available to ANTHC to build on. We all know that fuel costs can make or break infrastructure projects. When prices spike, it also shows up in electricity bills, in clinic budgets, and other ways too. Bulk fuel upgrades protect communities from these price shocks and keep essential services affordable. This year, the Denali Commission, with money from the Environmental Protection Agency, is funding bulk fuel upgrades in 10 communities. Those communities are Aniak, Eek, Kivalina, Kobuk, Noatak, Quinnahook, Russian Mission, Shagluk, Tuluksik, and Wales. In total, this is a $100 million investment. Without intervention, fuel rates in these communities were expected to rise by 60%. And again, that would have hit the family budgets and hit local services hard. So ANTHC in this project will serve as a primary grantee, as a project manager, and we're issuing subawards to the Alaska Energy Authority and the Alaska Village Electric Cooperative to carry out this work over the next 5 years. We see the impacts of a changing climate in Alaska, flooding homes, eroding riverbanks, and thawing permafrost. We also see it in water and wastewater systems that no longer sit on stable ground. ANTHC Climate Initiatives program exists to help communities understand their risks and make decisions about where and how they will live in the future. Our work supports community preparedness for climate change, promoting self-determination and local planning. Our risk assessment work gives tribal leaders and community members the information they need to decide whether to protect in place, to retreat, or relocate. And based on the latest estimates, more than 144 communities are now considered environmentally threatened. by flooding, erosion, and thawing permafrost. Over this past year, ANTHC executed 9 subawards with tribal and state partners through the Climate Initiatives Program to accelerate community-led work. Partners receiving these subawards included CANA, TCC, APIA, the Association of Village Council Presidents, AVCP, the AVCP Regional Housing Authority, the University of Alaska Fairbanks, and the state of Alaska. Typhoon Halong's impact in Western Alaska this fall is an example of a climate risk becoming real damage. Buildings flooded, roads were damaged, and water and sanitation systems were stressed. Our team deployed engineering staff to impacted communities right away. We assessed the damages to public facilities and helped identify where resources will be needed. We're actively assisting YKHC in the communities of Kipnuk and Kwagilingok to reestablish reliable water and wastewater services. So one important request that I have to make is that if any organization here with public facilities have experienced damage related to the typhoon, please submit a request for public assistance to the state of Alaska. The state has extended the deadline to January 9th, 2026, and ANTHC can help connect you to the right contacts and walk you through the process if needed. Impact from storms like Typhoon Halong have lasting impacts on the environment around us. Whether we're inside homes or outside, ANTHC's Community Environment and Health team works with communities to provide services to communities that build capacity, preparedness, and technical assistance. In the past year, that team has provided trainings to over 800 individuals, including tribal managers, environmental managers, emergency response personnel, and water treatment operators. They've been able to achieve an operator certification average pass rate for tests of 75%. It used to be that number was more like 10%, but the teams worked really hard to host virtual trainings so that operators don't have to actually travel into town to take classes. And they've trained over 182 students through their programs. It's very successful. So we all know that energy and water are also very deeply connected. When power is expensive, it costs more to run water plants, clinics, and essential community facilities. The Rural Energy Team partners with tribes and tribal health organizations to reduce energy costs and to improve energy reliability across Alaska. Through tremendous partnerships and collaborations between ANTHC, communities, and state and federal partners, projects across the state are underway, including in Yakutat, where a new project to capture heat from the power plant was just put into place, and they send that heat to the new tribal clinic. That project alone is expected to save the clinic more than 18,000 gallons of fuel a year and $138,000 each year. An additional 20,000 gallons of fuel will also be saved to serve the school and other public facilities. In Chignik Bay, we've been working for quite some time now on a project. It's a $14 million hydroelectric project that will provide nearly all the community's electricity and will rebuild the community's water source. With the native village of Old Harbor, they have $13 million of funding for another hydroelectric project that's managed by ANTHC that's going to provide nearly all of that community's electricity as well. And then finally, in the communities of Chivak and Tuxik Bay, 1 megawatt wind turbines are being installed after a $24 million investment. These projects will also serve communities of Nightmute and Tanunik, and together these projects are expected to provide roughly 40% of the electricity needs. But what excites us most about these renewable energy projects is that they're going to be owned by the local tribe or municipalities, and the revenue that they generate will help bring down the household cost of water and sewer, and that translates to real month-to-month savings on families. Once water and sanitation systems are constructed, ANTHC continues to support communities through programs that make up our rural utility management services. Our Alaska Rural Utility Collaborative, or ARUC, provides maintenance and support for existing systems, so the front-end investments lead to long-term results. There are 27 member communities that make up the ARUC. One of the strengths of the ARUC program is the Operator Exchange Program, where operators from one community will travel to another in times of emergencies. This past year, operators from 3 different communities traveled to 4 communities in times of need and were able to assist there. We're also able to install remote monitoring in 24 water plants this last year. Remote monitoring helps prevent damage by notifying the local operators, the regional remote maintenance workers, otherwise known as the RMWs, and ANTHC of system issues that could result in a loss of service, which could be catastrophic and very expensive. These remote monitoring systems also monitor the energy consumption and can be used to optimize operations. We want to remember that the remote maintenance program is the first line of assistance for communities that need help, and then ANTHC is there through our Tribal Utility Support Program to provide a higher level of support when needed. This was the work that 2 of our employees, Cameron and Roan, mentioned earlier today, were working on in Uniclete before the tragic plane crash in February, when they lost their lives and the lives of 8 others were lost. And we were deeply grateful for the outpouring of love and support that was shown to our team and to the families from across the state and throughout the tribal health system during that really extremely difficult time. So as we look ahead, another area we're actively planning on is to advocate for additional funding for water and sewer, the sanitation projects, to offset the rising cost of inflation. The IIJA provided a historic influx of resources, but the project list was fixed 5 years ago, and additional needs have developed since that time. The cost to address the projects on that list from 5 years ago have also skyrocketed. And at the same time, regular Indian Health Service appropriations for sanitation facilities has dropped by 45% since 2023, and that figure is likely staying flat again this year. Our Scattered Sites program, which provides individual homeowners, has also unfortunately seen severe funding cuts. This is the main reason our backlog is increasing to almost 24 months now, just to initiate the Scattered Sites projects. ANTHC is advocating for additional resources. We're working really close with our intergovernmental affairs team. We don't want to see critical projects fall short in the end because of inflation. I just want to end. I'd like to say that I do really look forward to this coming year and all the ANTHC will accomplish as an organization and as what DHE will accomplish as a division. Next year will mark 25 years that I've been working at ANTHC. In the last 5 years as the executive leader for DHE. I've let leadership know earlier this year that I'll be retiring in the later part of next year, and to give plenty of advance notice so we can get the right replacement and I can spend time with that person and have an overlap. But I'm grateful for all the opportunities that I've had to serve your communities and work with you personally or through our passionate and motivated team that I get to work with every day. I think one of the most remarkable things that I've come to realize over these years is how strong we are when we're working together and how much we can accomplish when we put our minds to it. I can't help but to look back to when I first got here and how through self-determination we've grown our environmental programs to meet the needs of the tribes. These are the programs I just talked about that were not here 25 years ago. The Rural Energy Program, the Alaska Rural Utility Collaborative, remote monitoring, virtual operator training, the Climate Initiatives Program, emergency preparedness. All these and many more developed out of the necessity to deliver services in a collaborative, impactful way. It's these services that will promote healthy homes and communities and will help ANTHC achieve our vision. Again, if you have any questions of our team, we'll be here through the rest of the afternoon. I'll be here. You can meet with us at the tables in the back or outside the door. And I just want to thank you for your time this afternoon.
Okay, like David said, earlier this summer, he shared the decision to retire in 2026. So we're gonna allow him to retire and go be with his grandbabies. This means that this is his final annual meeting for ANTHC. David has been here since almost day one. He has spent most of his career as a champion for water and sanitation in Alaska. After retiring as captain from the U.S. Public Health Service decades ago, David continued his mission as a direct employee for ANTHC. When he was asked to serve as interim director of DHE, he stepped up without hesitation. In one issue of the Voice of DHE newsletter, David shared, 40 years ago, I began my own journey as a summer intern with the Indian Health Service, a path that led me to a lifelong mission, helping tribal communities access clean, safe drinking water. He goes on to remind us that our vision cannot be achieved while even one home still lacks running water and basic sanitation. For David, this has been a daily commitment, a promise he's carried through remote villages, construction sites, community meetings, frozen tundra, and decades of teamwork. One of the most recent challenges he helped to navigate was working through a global pandemic. The pandemic brought new logistical obstacles and at the same time underscored the essential needs for access to running water. Every public health message reminded families that the most effective protection was simple: wash your hands. For so many communities in Alaska, that basic action wasn't easy. David's leadership, resilience, and dedication have shaped DHE and strengthened Alaska's communities. His legacy is written in every home with clean, running water and every family with safer, healthier living conditions. He understands that health doesn't begin in a clinic. It begins in a home with clean water, dignity, and the opportunity to thrive. In April 2026, David will reach a milestone of 25 years of service to ANTHC. David has devoted his career to serving families and communities, and he has done so with unwavering passion. His work made a difference and helped bring clean water and wastewater systems to communities across the state. Just as we stand on the shoulders of those who came before us, David has laid the groundwork that will guide us until every home has running water. His impact is not only felt today, it will shape our work for generations. On behalf of ANTHC, we really want to thank you from the entire Alaska tribal health community. David, we want to say Koyana, Taiku, Gunashchish, Hawa, Chanan, and Basit. Thank you so much. And we're going to present to you, and they told us we have to go out here, with a grass basket. And I think this is so fitting because with the grass basket, you have to source the material. Well, first you have to have a plan. You have to source the material. You have to have expert engineers. And you have to have a very detailed plan. So on behalf of ANTHC, here's this caribou embroidered grass basket.
Thank you.
A standing ovation for David Beveridge. At this time, we're excited to ask Weather Potvin, Chief Executive for Community Health Services and Tribal Health Relations, forward to facilitate a panel on health promotion and chronic disease prevention. She's also inviting her panel guests to join her on the stage. Thank you, Weather.
Thank you all. You can see they were a little bit reluctant to come up here. And also we color coordinated, except apparently Dana and I did not get the memo. So Doyenda, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Weather Potvin, and I currently serve as Chief Executive of Community Health Services and Tribal Health Relations. I'm an enrolled tribal member of the native village of Tanana, and my family comes from Tanana in the Fairbanks area, though I grew up down in Southeast Alaska in Juneau. We're excited to be here with you all today to share updates from Community Health Services and have a conversation about our work. This afternoon, I'm joined by the incredible panelists from the CHS team who represent health promotion, prevention, and data and research departments. Loretta Lactonen-Ward, Director of the Alaska Native Epidemiology Center, Alutiiq. Dana Deal, Director of Wellness and Prevention, tribal member of the Village of Aniak. Jackie Ingebretson, Director of Behavioral Health, Ahtna Athabaskan. And Dr. Tara Ford, Director of Research Services, and an enrolled member of the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma. Thank you to our panelists for joining me today. Community Health Services, or what we call internally CHS, is the Public Health and Health Aid Education Division of ANTHC. We focus on partnerships with regional tribal health organizations, tribes, schools, and community partners to promote health equity across the entire lifespan. We collaborate to create culturally responsive programs, research, training, resources, and health promotion and preventative care to meet a wide range of needs across the state. Our goal is to focus on meeting partners where they are, providing the level of support they need to create sustainable programs in their own region or community. CHS focuses on the entire Alaska Native population. Alaska Native and American Indian people are about 20% of Alaska's total population, so our work touches many lives. You've heard about the exciting ANMC updates, new space, and expanded services to meet today's needs. Well, as you heard Natasha say, CHS sits upstream from all of that, and we focus on health promotion and prevention to have less people walking into the hospital. Along with the health aid training centers who work alongside us that train the Alaska Tribal Health System's frontline workforce, our goal is simple: help people stay healthy in their home communities. We think beyond clinic walls. With partners statewide, we support childhood vaccines, safety measures like helmets and life jackets for hunting and gathering, reminders for cancer and other health screenings, and networks for elder support and care. Big picture, we ask ourselves, what is working and where should we go next? We answer these questions by monitoring population and community level health trends and developing or supporting programs to address the priority health issues for Alaska Native people, tailoring the work to each unique region or community across our state. When partners have their own programs, we step in to support and provide additional education, training, and technical assistance as requested by the partners. On the screen are a few quick examples of how we use population data to set priorities. Our dashboards help us collectively understand what is happening at the community level so we can make smarter choices together. Every region is different. This data helps us tailor programs for things like tobacco prevention, colonoscopies and mammogram screenings, and health promotion that fits local geography, culture, and the traditional foods of that region. Data matters, but we also know it doesn't tell the whole story. This is why CHS runs many statewide networks and work groups to help shape our priorities and support our tribal partners. You'll see a list on the screen. Most of these groups came straight from partner requests. They give subject matter experts and community leaders a place to compare notes, spot gaps, and push together with shared goals. Some quick examples: the Tribal Food Sovereignty Network formed so we could work together on food security, access to nutritious and culturally appropriate foods, and long-term tribal food sovereignty. The Research Advisory Network started this year to line up statewide health research priorities and coordinate projects better across regions. Many of these groups are new to new members, so if there is something on the screen that interests you, please reach out. We would love your ideas and your partnership. Now let's dig into CHS's areas a bit more by hearing from our panelists. Now, I know epidemiology might sound intimidating, but what it really means is actually pretty simple. The Alaska Native Epidemiology Center, or what we call fondly internally the Epicenter, is like our statewide public health radar. We monitor health data, turn it into useful information, and help tribal partners take action through wellness initiatives. It is about strengthening the health of Alaska Native people. I'll turn it over to Loretta from the Epicenter to share more.
Thank you, Weather. Let me adjust this a little bit. Good afternoon. My name is Larita Lactonin Ward. I'm Lutic from Kodiak Island. My family are the Malutins, Egas, and Lactonins from Larsen Bay and Karluk. I have the honor of serving as the Director of Epidemiology at the Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium, and as Weather said, is better known as the Epicenter. The Alaska Native Epicenter is one of 12 tribal epicenters in the country. Every Indian Health Service or IHS region has one, and our department is fully grant funded through IHS primarily and with supplemental funding for specific projects. Our job is to turn health information into something practical and actionable. We track what's happening across communities, share takeaways, and help partners use information to plan programs and see what works. Numbers are only part of the picture. It doesn't capture strengths like culture, resilience, and connection. These are all crucial factors in determining health. If you ever need data or help making sense of it, or need a partner to help answer a public health related question, let's connect. The Epicenter has 4 core functions: information sharing, surveillance and applied studies, disease prevention and health promotion, training and technical assistance. We're going to take a bit closer look at each of these areas. The Epicenter hosts a lot of data, including fact sheets, reports, and publications. One of the products we are most proud of is our interactive data dashboard called Regional Health Profiles. To date, this dashboard features 36 health indicators, and we plan to add another 5 this year. The metrics are divided into categories like demographics, mortality, morbidity, and social determinants of health. Users can access charts, graphs, tables, and geographical maps. The dashboard comes from various data use agreements with the state and federal partners. We build standard privacy protocols so that data is stored securely. All data and publications are available for download on our website, and that is epi.anthc.org. In 2024, unintentional injury became the leading cause of death for Alaska Native and American Indian people in Alaska, surpassing heart disease and cancer. The Epicenter and ANTHC Wellness and Prevention regularly collaborate to release the Injury Atlas report. The report identifies the most frequent causes of injuries to Alaska Native people, showing counts and rates by injury intent and mechanism, with demographic and regional breakouts. It's available outside at our table. The cancer report is now in its 55th year and is a long view check on cancer in Alaska Native people. It tracks how often cancers happen, how many people die from different types of cancer, and how early they're caught, survival, and how patterns differ by region. One real example of impact: earlier reports helped push colorectal cancer screening guidelines to start at the age of 40. This is not just data that sits on a shelf. The tribal health system uses the numbers to build patient handouts and provider tools. It also supports tribal organizations and the state direct resources where they matter most. Alaska Native Tumor Registry reports are a go-to for grants, conferences, publications, and just helping to keep statewide cancer prevention work moving forward. Screening rates measure the average colorectal cancer screening across all of our tribal partners each year. Participation has shifted a bit over time. Southeast Alaska Regional Health Consortium joined years 1 through 3, Kodiak Area Native Association years 2 through 5, and Aleutian Pribilof Island Association in year 5. Bristol Bay Health Corporation, Manilik, Norton Sound Health Corporation, and Yukon-Kuskokwim Health Corporation stayed with us for the full 5 years. We are just beginning a new grant cycle. The bottom line, across the program, screening went up from 46 to 53%. A lot of that came from strong teamwork statewide. Various studies are ongoing to evaluate how to improve colorectal cancer screening outreach through patient navigation and mailed health education, screening method effectiveness, patient and provider acceptability, cost effectiveness, and colorectal cancer risk factors, including lifestyle, genetics, and microbiome. Epicenter colorectal cancer research partners include YKHC, Fred Hutch Cancer Center, and Mayo Clinic. Please visit our subject matter experts, our colorectal cancer control and research program, and our Alaska Native Tumor Registry program are right outside at the table, and they're here to answer your questions today. EPI provides capacity building training through workshops and conferences on a variety of topics. In fiscal year 25, we hosted 31 public health capacity building trainings with 855 participants from tribal health organizations. We support tribal health programs throughout Alaska and have expertise working with tribal, state, federal, regional, and community partners involved in Alaska Native health. To request services or trainings from the Epicenter, please reach out to me directly. We are very excited to announce the first Alaska Tribal Health Summit that will be held at the Sheraton Hotel in Anchorage on February 18th and 19th, 2026. The event will bring together tribal leaders and staff to work on creative, collaborative solutions in a changing public health landscape. Our high-level goals are to find solutions and tools for challenges confronted within tribal public health, to elevate the power of tribal health and health equity and the impacts that they have on the health of Alaska Native and American Indian populations, and to create belonging and strengthen public health partnerships throughout the Alaska tribal health system. Thank you.
Anabasi, thank you, Larita. Now turning to wellness and prevention, the department offers holistic preventative health services to elevate the health status of Alaska Native communities through partnerships and collaborations. Now to Dana to provide more information on the department.
Thank you, Heather. I first wanted to acknowledge Ingrid Stevens on the screen here next to me is the Assistant Director for Wellness and Prevention. She was about to step in because I went back home to Antioch for Thanksgiving and got stuck for a couple days and just made it in today for this panel. So good afternoon, everyone. My name's Dana Deal. My Yupik name is Angilak and my Chupik name is Ganaviuk. I'm originally from Antioch on the Kuskokwim River and my parents are Dave and Esther Deal. I am Yupik and Dinaina on my mother's side and Gashtan, or non-native, on my father's side. I'm also a tribal member of the village of Antioch. And at ANTHC, I'm the director of the Wellness and Prevention Department. So wellness and prevention, the core purpose is promoting holistic wellness through culturally responsive prevention services. Our services include outreach and education, training and technical assistance, and statewide messaging or health communications. We use a public health approach to prevention with an emphasis on activities that are rooted in Alaska Native culture and values. We set prevention priorities by listening to our tribal partners through networks like the Tribal Injury Prevention Directors Network, the Regional Immunization Coordinators Network, and the Tribal Food Sovereignty Network. And we combine what we hear from communities with what we see in statewide health data, and we align our work with Healthy Alaskans 2030, which is our statewide health improvement plan. Wellness and prevention is made up of 8 teams focused on keeping people healthy rather than addressing problems after they start. We work across 4 core areas, including chronic disease, substance misuse, injury, and infectious disease prevention. So on chronic disease prevention, we're talking about things like promoting cancer screenings and prevention, promoting traditional foods and food sovereignty, physical activity and active transportation, and promoting elder health. For substance misuse, that's our work in tobacco treatment and prevention, alcohol prevention, youth, marijuana prevention, and opioid overdose prevention and response. In injury, this covers things like suicide, domestic violence, drowning, falls, transportation safety, and even human trafficking. And then finally, in infectious disease, this includes our work promoting both adult and childhood vaccinations, harm reduction, and the prevention of HIV and sexually transmitted infections. We take a holistic view of wellness and address mind, body, and spirit, and we try to meet each community where they are. So I wanted to take a closer look at some of these core areas. So for chronic disease prevention, I wanted to highlight our work in cancer. In cancer prevention, the Comprehensive Cancer Plan demonstrates how we integrate feedback from our tribal partners. This plan on the screen here was developed with input from the Alaska Tribal Cancer Advisory Network. This network includes representatives such as our patient navigators, our community health aides, our nurses, all who work within the continuum of cancer care within the tribal health system. The network provided guidance and advice on strategies and actions that are necessary to reduce cancer mortality and promote healing among Alaska Native people. The strategies are centered around prevention, promoting screening and early detection, and supporting our cancer survivors. And then in terms of physical activity and nutrition, to promote physical activity, we collaborate to train tribal partners to become exercise and aging specialists and youth fitness leaders. We also provide subawards to a select number of tribal partners to implement active transportation initiatives, which active transportation promotes walking and biking to get to everyday places rather than using motorized vehicles. I was out in Antioch, like I said, and my mom and I, to go to the post office and the store, we walked instead of using the snow machine. So that's basically what active transportation means. Our food sovereignty work promotes the importance of integrating traditional foods into our diets, and we host a class every fall to teach students about plants in the South Central region that have traditionally been used for food and medicine. We also produce 2 publications, the Traditional Food Guide for Alaska Native People and Eating Good in Alaska, a nutrition and traditional foods activity book for our youth. And then finally, in terms of our opioid overdose prevention work, to address the opioid crisis, ANTHC collaborates with tribal partners to reduce barriers to accessing the life-saving medication naloxone, which can quickly reverse an opioid overdose. We provide online and in-person training to teach people how to use naloxone, and we distribute opioid overdose response kits and supplies to safely dispose of excess opioids in the home. But we know that naloxone is only one part of a comprehensive approach to prevention, so we also provide educational resources like lesson plans for how to talk about alcohol, tobacco, and other drugs, and support policy and systems change. So to conclude my portion of the panel, I just want to say thank you to the many partners who we work with who are on the ground implementing wellness and prevention programs. From reminding your auntie to get her colonoscopy, to supporting a youth in learning their native language, we know you're making a difference, and we appreciate each and every one of you. And I also wanted to make sure everyone is aware that we're looking for partnerships and always open to expanding. So if you have an idea or want to talk about how to work together, please do reach out. So Chinan, thank you.
Thank you, Dana, and also thank you because I don't have to actually adjust the microphone for the first time ever. Now moving to the Behavioral Health Department, which works with tribal partners to build stronger Alaskans and healthier communities. Their focus is also on whole body wellness for Alaska Native people through collaboration, training, education, and coordination with our partners. I'll turn it over to Jackie to share more on the department's work.
Jackie Ingebrigtsen Zettelan, Kolkana Kayaksinsiaden, Ujishutlan, Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium, Gahwesna. My name is Jackie Ingebrigtsen. I'm Ujishu, or Caribou Clan. I'm Otna Athabaskan, and my family is from Golkana in the Copper River region. I'm also proud to be the Director of Behavioral Health at the Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium. I want to start with a reflection about what behavioral health truly is. I think a lot of us have a common misconception that behavioral health is only clinical services, but in reality, it consists of 4 different core functions, and they're on this slide here. That is promotion, prevention, intervention, and recovery. Each is deeply rooted in community. Promotion supports overall well-being and resilience by creating environments that nurture wellness. It includes education, cultural practices, and activities that build emotional strength, identity, and connection. These efforts are most powerful when they are community-led and culturally grounded. Prevention focuses on reducing risks and strengthening protective factors. It aims to stop behavioral health challenges before they begin or before they escalate, addressing root causes like trauma and systemic barriers. Prevention is most effective when it builds upon community strengths and relationships. Intervention provides timely and meaningful support when someone is facing behavioral health challenges. This support can be clinical, it can also be community-based. In many communities, behavioral health aides and peer supporters are the first to respond, making care more accessible and grounded in trust. Recovery is a journey of healing, empowerment, and long-term wellness. It's about regaining a sense of purpose, connection, and hope. It's sustained through community, through cultural practices, peer support, and advocacy that reinforces belonging and identity. Behavioral health is about collective wellness. At every stage, community is the foundation. It's a protective factor, a source of strength, a healing partner, and a sustainer of wellness. Behavioral health functions are interconnected, forming a holistic system of care that responds to the full spectrum of the human experience. At ANTHC, the Behavioral Health Department and Community Health Services addresses wellness by empowering Indigenous identity and healing. Our primary work focuses on promotion and prevention, which are essential to the behavioral health continuum. To carry out this work, the Behavioral Health Department focuses on 3 areas: trauma-informed education, cultural revitalization and identity building, and behavioral health advocacy and system improvement. Over the next few minutes, I'm going to talk to you about each of those areas and how we address each of them. Trauma is the root cause of many health issues, and understanding it is essential to healing. And one way we do that is through the Alaska Blanket Exercise, which is an interactive history lesson that invites participants to step into the roles of Alaska Native peoples. They stand on these blankets you see in the picture, and those blankets represent traditional lands. Participants move through a guided story that explores the impact of historical events and trauma on Alaska Native communities. We use the Alaska Blanket Exercise in new hire orientation with youth and community partners to foster empathy, awareness, and healing. We also support the development of new facilitators to expand our reach, and we're always looking for individuals interested in becoming facilitators. Another trauma-informed tool that we use is the EpiBrain project. This project uses augmented reality and virtual reality to make brain science accessible. The opioid lesson helps individuals impacted by opioid use disorder understand how opioids affect brain function, including decision-making, and how medication can support recovery. The childhood trauma lesson shows how early trauma affects brain development and can lead to long-term health challenges. To make this technology more accessible, we are currently working on converting the augmented reality to virtual reality, which will make it more accessible. Virtual reality equipment is cheaper. We are moving from being trauma-informed to also being healing-centered. For those that aren't aware, trauma-informed care focuses on understanding and responding to harm, while healing-centered approaches go a step further. They emphasize resilience, cultural identity, and collective well-being, creating spaces for growth and empowerment. This year, our department expanded its focus to help people build protective factors through identity and connection. One of our most exciting developments is the launch of the Indigenous Ways of Living, or IWAL program. This program uses cultural activities like beading and sewing to foster connection and spark conversations about what it means to be a healthy Alaska Native. It features traditional teachings from Elizabeth Sunnyboy from Pilot Station, grounding participants in elder wisdom. A key component is the use of talking circles, which create a space for heartfelt and authentic conversations. We're proud to share that the IWAL, or Indigenous Ways of Living program, recently began a partnership with Covenant House to facilitate a youth talking circle. This reflects our commitment to supporting youth through community-based healing, and we look forward to watching that partnership grow. Finally, our department supports behavioral health advocacy and system improvement through the Tribal Behavioral Health Directors in partnership with the Alaska Native Health Board. The Tribal Behavioral Health Directors Committee is a collaborative group. Leaders come together to share strategies, respond to emerging challenges, and to advocate for meaningful change. Their collective goal is to ensure that behavioral health services are community-led, culturally grounded, and close to home. In conclusion, the Behavioral Health Department focuses on healing that happens in relationships, in culture, and in community. By centering Alaska Native identity, trauma-informed education, and advocacy, we're moving toward a future where Alaska Native people are the healthiest people in the world, and that future is rooted in strength, connection, and hope. Janan.
Thank you, Jackie. And finally, our research services team focuses on work that directly supports healthier communities, whether that's conducting studies, providing tribal research review, helping partners with research, or offering education and training. With that, I'll turn it over to Tara to share what they're working on now and what's coming next.
Good afternoon. I'm Tara Ford. I'm an enrolled member of Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma. I was raised in Kansas. I've lived in Alaska for the past 28 years, and I'm super excited. So thank you for the opportunity to share how tribal health research at ANTHC is transforming lives across Alaska Native communities. Research is more than publications and data. It's about building trust, listening to community partners, and turning evidence into action that protects health and strengthens wellness. Every study we conduct is rooted in partnership and guided by a shared purpose of creating healthier generations. One of the areas where our work has made a huge difference is in vaccine-preventable disease research. For decades, we've worked alongside tribal health organizations, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, Arctic Investigation Program, and researchers like Johns Hopkins to ensure vaccines are available and effective. Our research has shaped national and tribal guidelines like guidance on pneumococcal vaccine and more recent work on RSV prevention, which is a respiratory virus. These efforts don't just inform policy, they save lives. Our COVID-19 vaccine research, for example, helped us understand what was getting in the way of access and trust. All of this shows how good evidence leads to better decisions and healthier communities. You've heard about the water sanitation program. Research takes time, but results can change lives. One example, nearly a decade of working with tribes and our environmental health and engineering team to study the Mini Portable Alternative Sanitation System, or MiniPass, a small portable hand washing station. We now have evidence that families using this MiniPass had better access to running water for hand washing and saw real improvements in overall health in their homes. This is a powerful example of how partnership leads to positive health impacts. Our research portfolio continues to grow. We're partnering with Manilek Association and Fred Hutch Cancer Center to adapt lung cancer screenings workflows. This project aims to ensure solutions are culturally relevant and effective. With Alaska Native people facing the highest colorectal cancer rates globally, we are studying screening methods, genetics, and even nutrition interventions like increasing fiber in diets. Our oral health is a collaboration through Yukon-Kuskokwim Health Corporation. It inspired new strategies linking access to dental care with well-child health vaccine visits. This project is focused on children less than 2 years old. When families go to the clinic, their well-child checkups, they have an option to see a dental health aid therapist during that same visit. Our Back to Basics project shifted the focus from obesity reduction to promoting traditional foods and outdoor play because communities told us that is what matters to them. We're studying a statewide strengths needs assessment is underway looking at what is working well regarding opioid overdose response efforts and how we address and manage substance use and pain overall. We're learning that healing involves connection to land, community, resources, culture, and one another. Research doesn't end in journals. It becomes programs that have real impacts. Initiatives like iknowmine.org, which is a sexual health and disease prevention resource, My Best Alaska Life, an online health and life planning tool for adolescents, and tobacco cessation programs all draw on evidence from research conducted here at ANTHC. Also, programs like Alaska Indigenous Research Program and the Alaska Blanket Exercise, which you heard about earlier, emerge from listening to communities. These programs now thrive in research, wellness and prevention, and behavioral health departments, showing how research and practice are deeply connected. The Alaska Indigenous Research Program hosts a summer internship experience that has built a strong community and foundation for the research field. We're actively building on this foundation and are accepting applications from Alaska Native and American Indian students interested in research. The Alaska Indigenous Research Program includes a dual research and ethics-focused training in May. There's a direct focus on Indigenous methodologies, and fostering collaborative partnerships with communities. We have a table out in the foyer by the coffee station, so to learn more about this program, I invite you to grab some of the pamphlets on that table. Our work is only possible through partnerships. We invite tribal health organizations and communities to reach out and explore how we can support prevention research together. To that end, we host the Alaska Native Health Research Conference every 3 years. This is our 7th year of the Alaska Native Health Research Conference, and it will be held next week. We're at capacity for that conference, but we also hold quarterly research brown bag seminars. We've hosted symposiums in the past to include the Colorectal Cancer Symposium and the Tobacco Prevention Symposium. Every study, every program, every success begins with collaboration. Together, we can build a healthier future for the Alaska Native people. Thank you.
Anamasi, thank you, Tara. All right, now we also get to have a panelist question and answer session to start us off to lighten the mood here a little bit. We're gonna have the toughest question of the day. So everyone gets to answer, what's your favorite traditional food? Everyone has to answer.
This might be controversial. Salmon berries, but I know other regions call them cloudberries, Russian berries. I love salmon berries.
You never.
I also love salmon berries, but they're the low bush kind, Larita. My favorite traditional food I just ate back home is my mom's moose soup, but with the buttock, the soup bone with lots of buttock. That's my favorite.
I love smoked salmon.
I'm gonna go with blueberries.
Now I'm from Southeast, so the ones that are high or the ones that are low on the tundra?
Ooh.
If you're worried about like alienating people.
I'm gonna go with low. Okay, from the audience support, I'm gonna go with low.
And mine is hearing aids. But I also am a sucker for half-dry fish from the Yukon too as well. All right, now I'm going to ask the panelists some questions. We already have them already prepared, but just to expand on some areas and also to showcase some of the feedback from some of the questions that we had with other of the panels, and also that we had heard from online as well. So the first question I'm going to have be with Larita on that colorectal cancer screening project and how you went and increased screening. So it's incredible to see that partners have worked with you in the past 5 years to increase screenings from 46 to 63% from those partners that participated. Now you mentioned that you're starting a new 5-year project. What's the most exciting thing for you with that new round of funding?
Well, this is very personal to me. My mother is a survivor of colorectal cancer just within the last 10 years. And I just want to say that all of our partners across the state are heroes. You know, when you see the screening rate climb from 46 to 63%, those individuals working in those programs are all heroes and they're saving lives. And we just hope to get more involvement, organizations that haven't been involved in the past. I hope you'll connect with us.
Thank you, Larita. All right, next question is for Jackie. I'm gonna skip it up so that way we can find out if we can get Dana a working microphone. Jackie, if someone wants to fight stigma and support wellness, what easy steps should they start with?
There's a couple of steps. One of them is to listen without judgment. I know that's hard. We've all been taught things, whether it be by our families, our communities, school. But what we all know isn't necessarily always the truth, and it's good to try to be listening without judgment and to understand that people have a variety of different backgrounds that are impacting how they show up. Another way is to normalize talking about mental health, so not just talking about it in spaces like this, but also talking about it when you're at home at dinner or talking about it at school. And it should be talked about everywhere because it is a normal thing. For instance, I often share my own stories when we do the work that we do because it's important for other people to know that they're not alone in their experiences. I am a suicide survivor, and I am somebody who has struggled with sobriety in the past. And even saying that out loud right now probably caused a little bit of judgment in the crowd. But it's normal, and there's people in here who have struggled with that, and we all have family members. But if we don't talk about it, people live in shame, and they think it's something that they have to hide. And then the final one is to share more stories about strength and healing. It's important that people understand that there is hope, that recovery is hard, but it's possible and it's worthwhile.
Thank you for sharing, Jackie. And I just want to say it's been a pleasure to work with all of the women here up on the stage, because I think that's one thing that we've been having with all of our conversations with ourselves and with our partners, and really working to meet partners where they are at and understand and listen to their journey and where they're coming from. So thank you, Jackie, for sharing. All right, Tara there at the end. She thought she could hide because she was so far away from me. Now, you all have a lot of research going on over time, and we've also seen various studies going on. I have the honor and privilege of sitting on ANTHC's Health Research Review Committee, so I can see all of the research flowing through the organization, done by completed by our employees, or when research is done here on campus. With all of the possible opportunities for health research out there, how do you all decide how to go about which studies to work on?
It's a common question. I appreciate the opportunity to address it. And before I do that, I want to do a shout out for the Health Research Review Committee. We have somebody here in the room who's on that committee in addition to Weather. And every quarter they get a packet. This little binder is very small compared to what they get to review every quarter. So I'm just so appreciative for those on the Health Research Review Committee, because I value the contribution they add to our research. So how do we decide what research to do? we look at the data. Like, what is the data sharing and telling us that we need to take a closer look at? The colorectal cancer data is a great example of how that has really spurred us on to make sure we're researching ways to change the trends for colorectal cancer. In addition to high rates, we also want to look to see where are some gaps in data where we don't know, we don't have information, and we want to take a deeper dive and exploration so we can best support the health and vitality of communities and people in Alaska. So in addition to data, we want to make sure we have the right resources available to support the data or the research projects, because we want to do the research well. So that includes making sure we have the expertise on staff or in partnership at ANMC or with a contractor. So we need to make sure we have the resources available in staff, in funding, in time, bandwidth. And then third, we need to make sure the research projects really align with ANTHC's mission and vision and with the wishes and efforts of our tribal partners that we often do research with.
Thank you for that, Tara. All right, Dana, do we have a working microphone?
We got it.
Perfect. All right. You have such a broad department that works on so many different things. How do you work with the healthcare sector, including providers, to implement the prevention effort that your department works on?
That's a great question, Weather, because I think a lot of what we do is trying to keep people out of the healthcare system, prevent injury, prevent chronic disease. But we do collaborate with our providers, including providers at ANMC, to look at trends, so things that are happening at the hospital level, to create more targeted interventions. I think one really good example of that is a few years ago, the trauma director at ANMC came to us and said, we're seeing a high rate of traumatic brain injuries, and they're often due to motor vehicle crashes. And we said, well, what can we do together to address that? And we worked with the trauma team and a school district in Western Alaska to create an ATV safety curriculum that includes STEM lessons, so some math, science lessons, to talk about how high speeds can impact your brain and cause traumatic brain injury. So we talked a lot about that and just promoted the importance of helmets. And it was through that collaboration that ATV safety curriculum was able to be created. So we do collaborate.
Thank you, Dana. And I think we also saw a lot of that when we're working with when all of us are visiting our providers, having someone who understands our culture and where we're coming from. I know your department also does a lot of the focus on that to make sure that your prevention efforts are culturally relevant, and then helping to train providers who might be new to Alaska to also understand why would we need to have training on traumatic brain injury. It's because we have people out there doing our fun subsistence hunting and gathering activities, which means we might be exposed to different things compared to if we were coming from an urban area. All right, moving on. Let's see here. Tara thought she was going to take a break, but she's not. So Tara, I know you had a different journey to how you got into research. What would you tell someone who's excited about doing health research here in Alaska? How should they go about it? What excites you most when you're trying to talk with them as they start off on their exciting new career?
I'm going to share how I came back to research. But before I do that, I want to acknowledge in our department we have lots of opportunities to host interns. So if anybody that you are around, maybe the first thing they say is, oh, I want to do research. They could be interested in math. They could be interested in science and whatever they're interested in. Research has a space, I think, because we in the research department are just this first time opportunity hosting data security, data management intern this spring semester. And so even if they're interested in talking to people and doing interviews, we would love to have any student, any person who's interested in research reach out, because there's a space. But how I came back to research, I worked for Aleutian Pribilof Islands Association for just under 9 years, so 8.5 years. And I was doing direct services in their community health services program, which had behavioral health, youth services, elder services, domestic violence prevention services, and health promotion disease prevention services. And every time I was in a grocery store, when I was in a post office, when I was in an airport waiting for my plane, I would listen to community members. And a lot of the time I was able to take what I was hearing and translate that into programming. But often, when you're writing to receive funding, they want an evidence-based program to ensure that to be funded. And so I felt like I wanted to come back to research so that I could best support what I was hearing in communities and find that and discover the evidence that the communities already know. They're sharing with me. I see how being out on the land helps me have a clear mind and helps me be a good mentor to my nephew. And so I am excited about research, being able to tell a story through that I'm hearing, and that the stories are already out there in evidence-based ways.
Thank you, Tara. And then you also have that conference, a research conference coming up in just next week, correct?
Is that another question for me, Weather?
No. But just showing how if people want to hear and listen about other research that's being conducted around here, that conference is next week, and we do that here within Community Health Services every few years, funding dependent, and so that's another opportunity.
Yes, if anybody is interested in the research projects that we currently have going, on our table there's a booklet full of information of our current projects and the publications, and then the conference that Weather just referenced is being hosted at the BP Energy Center. We are at a capacity, but if anybody, after hearing me talk about research, is like, oh, I have to be there, I really, really need to go, please come up to me and I will figure out how to squeeze you in and have you there present. But it is an opportunity to hear what research is happening, not only at ANTHC, but throughout the state around health research.
Thank you, Tara. See, this is what happens when you purposefully choose the seat farthest away from me.
Scoot back.
All right, this next question is for Larita. You mentioned the Tribal Public Health Summit, which is coming up in February. Can you tell us a little bit about how that, why that summit is coming about as the first ever summit, and then what's really exciting to you about that event?
Well, I first want to say we just have a wonderful team at EPI. Our team really believes in the mission of ANTHC and making a difference. And this summit started off as a public health infrastructure project where we did 2 different assessments, one within the organization and one statewide. We had 44 key informant interviews, and most of the organizations, the THOs across the state, participated. And a lot of the highlights that came from that were positives, but also some gaps around communications and partnerships. And then this year, with a changing public health landscape, we really want to bring everyone together. I know that I mentioned some of the high-level objectives during my presentation, but the spirit of collaboration is exactly what the summit is about: advancing sovereignty, self-determination, and community-led solutions. And our goal is really connection, conversation, and priority setting. We hope that those who come will go away with a sense of unity and understanding, and also some ongoing networks. I'm just really excited for this event, and another plug for our table out there. We do have the save the date cards out there with a QR code that goes to registration, and registration is open. As well, Susan Brown, who's over here, she worked with our team on a project that's also out there at the table. We have some screening magnets, and we've been talking about screening and preventative measures quite a bit today. I encourage everyone to pick up a box of those magnets and bring them home. They are specifically for your deep freezers that are full of berries and fish. Thank you.
Thank you, Larita. All right, Jackie, this next question is for you. We are very excited about all of the work that you all have been doing on the Alaska Blanket Exercise, and then the launching of the Indigenous Ways of Living program. How can people in groups work with you to grow programs like that, either on their own or with us?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, for the Alaska Blanket Exercise specifically, we are always looking for facilitators. We have a small team, and having more facilitators allows us to expand our reach. So one way that you could partner with us is to go through our facilitator training, or send some of your staff to do that as well. Another way is to partner with us to host those sessions in your communities or elsewhere. We have a youth version as well, and we love doing the youth version and traveling for that. And then for the Indigenous ways of living, that is something that we are always happy to collaborate with you on, but it's also something you can do in your own community without us, and it's something that most of the communities are already doing. That's the craft activities, that's the sewing, and being more intentional about some of the conversations you're having during those. So that's not something we necessarily need to be involved in, but we would love to collaborate with you to understand how we might incorporate some of the strategies you're using in your own practices. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. And I also want to say for some of those activities that we're also doing them with our own employees as well, hosting traditional workshop hours for people to come by and make little medicine pouches or beading activities or something along those lines. And I do believe that sometimes they're also open to patients who are stopping by for any of the activities that you see with Community Health Services doing there on campus. We always encourage people to stop on by. It's not, we put always throughout all of our wellness activities this past summer, always had people joining us, and we're always willing to sit there and listen to their stories, ask them how they are, and also learn from them, because all of those community members coming in really help us better our own practice and how we partner with all of the groups across the state. All right, last question. No, maybe not last question, but Dana, if you had a magic stick, how would you use it in the context of health amongst Alaska Native people?
I get the magic stick.
Maybe I'm regretting that decision.
Well, that's a fun question. If I had a magic stick, what would I do to address the health of Alaska Native people? I think, well, one of the things that I've always struggled with is that in public health, historically, the way we do our work is really rooted in risk factors, so addressing problems like substance misuse and tobacco use. But I think there's an opportunity right now to really shift the paradigm to focus more on what's called protective factors or strengths of Alaska Native people. So I would really shift the way that we do our work to focus more on our strengths, and those are things that we know have worked for thousands of years to keep us healthy as a people. It's things like going out on the land, right? Connection to land, hunting, fishing, gathering, growing. It's connection to culture, learning your native language, language revitalization. There's actually studies that show things like language maintenance and revitalization improve overall health. So I would go back to like who we are as a people and really focus on the strengths rather than our deficits. And I think that would be my hope and my magic stick.
Thank you, Dana. All right, for our last question that we have here for everyone, what is your favorite piece of prevention or health promotion advice that you tell all of your family when you're home for the holidays?
Specific to holidays?
Any time of year, but what's the piece of advice that you always focus on or make sure that they're aware of?
Well, I'll go ahead and start since I'm over here. You know, quality health care is so important, but we know that the majority of our health outcomes come from our environment and our lifestyle. And something I have focused on with my own family is sleep. I'm an advocate for exercise, an advocate for nutrition, but sleep is just so important because we can't, prevent stress, prevent heart disease, manage our diets well, our cognitive function is low, all those things when you're not getting your 8 hours of sleep. And I won't have everyone raise hands here who got 8 hours last night, but sleep is really everything. When you get a good night's sleep, it's beautiful. Thank you.
Next.
Can I do 3? So I think the first thing is eat your traditional foods, eat your native foods. We know those are way healthier than anything you could buy at the store. Second one is, a lot of times we think of health as going to the hospital when we get injured or get sick, but I always tell my family, like, go for your preventative screenings. We are trying to normalize conversations about colonoscopies and mammograms, and I really enjoy that because we have like this group of family and friends now where getting your colonoscopy is like a badge of honor, and we all text each other and we're like, hey, did you get your little pin for getting your colonoscopy when you turn 40? And we get all excited when you do. So normalizing conversations about things like colonoscopies, mammograms, and even lung cancer screenings. And my third thing is promoting vaccines, so getting your flu shot every year. I'm the annoying sister, annoying daughter that's always checking in. Did you get your flu shot? Flu shots are available. So those are my 3 things.
Thanks, Dana. Jackie?
I can also be the annoying person at family meals. I am frequently telling people not to be so judgy. I think a little riffing and a little teasing is fine, but sometimes people can be really judgy. And so I guess the strengths-based approach to that would be like maybe listening with empathy and trying to understand the people for who they are.
I would tell my family, I felt like I told my mom this quite a bit, get outside every day, like be outside, have an opportunity to just get fresh air and get outside. And I am so impressed with your endurance of being in this room all day, and I hope you get an opportunity to get outside and get some fresh air. And if you're walking around, wear cleats because it's icy.
Tara did take mine. That is my regular encouragement for people. Sometimes like, oh, I don't have time to go out or go for a hike or go for a walk. Sometimes just walking around your neighborhood, going up and down the boardwalk, up and down the street, whatever is available, going out and breathing some fresh air is always the thing that I remind people, especially after you maybe ate too much turkey, stuffing, moose soup, whatever it is, getting out there and getting active, even just for a little bit, I find personally always increases my well-being and my mental wellness overall. All right. Anabasi, thank you to all of our panelists. And as we conclude our session, remember that CHS's work is about people and relationships and the shared responsibility to protect and promote the health of our communities. The work we do together today ensures future generations are able to build upon this knowledge while maintaining our traditional values and ways for the benefit of our Alaska Native communities across the state. You see on the screen here, and for those online, hopefully you see it too, the save the date for the Tribal Public Health Summit, which will be taking place here in Anchorage in February at the Sheraton Hotel in downtown. Anabasi, thank you all once again today for the opportunity.
What an amazing panel. It's the first time I've had to move the mic up today. Weather, right? Appreciate that. Okay, so we are on the last round of door prizes here. Before we do that, I just want to let everyone know, for the folks that are in the room, there are some amazing snacks out there. I'm encouraging everyone to go out and get the healthy ones, but if you want to cheat on the other ones, you can. I saw a cookie about the size of my hands together, so by all means, grab them out there on your way out. All right, so we've got 2 backpacks here that we are going to give away. Sheila Minok, where are you at? If you're in the room, this is your backpack. Oh, I got one more. All right, second backpack here is Susan Guthrie. So congratulations. All right, so another grass basket here. This one with butterflies on it, and it is just so beautiful. So Phyllis Evan, this is your grass basket. All right, next up, we have another, $500 utility check. And so the winner for this utility check is Wilson Justin. Congratulations. All right, last but certainly not least, someone has to take me on vacation with all these miles that we've given away today. Edwin Noongwook, you are the last winner of the 40,000 at most miles. So just really want to show my appreciation to everyone for lasting through this today, in the dark for some, but I do want to ask Natasha to come up and give a couple closing words.
Thank you. Wow, that last panel was so inspiring. Thank you so much. I'd like to announce that I also got my colonoscopy this year. No big surprise, but my colon is beautiful. They let me see it during the procedure. But thank you so much for your time today and your feedback. What I learned is our board's strategic plans is in alignment. We need to work on access to care, and that's what we're doing. So we also need to improve on communication with our patients, so that will be something to work on this year. I also want to thank the ANTHC staff and teams for your commitment to our people and communities. After seeing just today's reports and all the success this year, it's just humbling to see the hard work and commitment all come together. It was so fun to recognize Dr. Hunter and his interim contributions. And the best part about David announcing his retirement a year in advance is that we get to celebrate him all year. So we're gonna have a retirement party every month. It's really an honor to serve as the president and CEO. I'd like to thank the ANTHC Board of Directors for their dedication to our people. They provide the governance level direction and the guidance for our staff. And it's a lot of hard work. It's a lot of hard decisions. We want to do so much with limited time and funding, and they're making priority decisions for our people. And today we learned we're in alignment. So it's great news. And again, thank you for your time and your feedback today. Basi.